Hey now. Thank you.
Whoa! What an intro that was!
Thank you.
Wow! Oh, stop! Thank you. Oh, please, calm down, folks. Please, just. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Oh no. Welcome to Talking Guitars. That was all the applause, and then they saw it's just Talking Guitars and 80's metal tonight. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Even my mother's sitting there changing the channel right now. No.
Oh,
yeah,
wait.
Welcome to oh no, there he is. There's David Crosby turning on the TV right now. Meh, nothing on but meh. Nope. Just these idiots again. He's an amalgamation of our Statler and Waldorf from the Muppet Show.
Yeah.
There
Those
you go.
Guys.
That's them. Welcome everyone to Talking Guitars and 80's Metal live. Holy fuck, are we live?
That's right.
Yeah.
Welcome to January. Welcome to 2022, January 4th.
First show of 2022. So welcome aboard. Let's see. Neanderthal running a little late. Dane, I don't know what his story is. He said he's coming on tonight also. I don't know. Blue Rhino, where is it? Oh, he made it. Good. Johnny's here. And, yeah.
Here we are.
All alive, all our limbs. So I suppose we should be grateful and everything. That's nice.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's say hi to everyone in the chat. Let's see who is in the chat right now as they pour in. No, Dane did not quit. I quit, but Johnny raised my salary, so I get another 15% of nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm here, and we'll see if Dane comes in. Paulie should be coming in, and that is it. Let's see who is here in the chat. Let's see. We got Keith Campbell, Lindy Lynch, Drew SGS 60, Stephen Franklin, Rico B, David Scher, thumbs up back to you, my brother. Magic Man, Keith Campbell, Leo Safko, my buddy Mark Dillon, my man Symmetry. Speaking of lucky to be alive and having all our limbs, Symmetry's in the house.
Man.
Symmetry is the new YouTube star from our New Year's Eve show, which was just insane. We'll be talking about that. For those that didn't tune in, I highly recommend you watch our 5-hour New Year's Eve special we had the other day of Johnny, myself, Jay Hannon, Neanderthal, and a bunch of other guys, Michael the Captain Smith, and a bunch of other guys, including Symmetry, who is now an overnight YouTube sensation. Thanks to that show.
Yeah.
With all his limbs and everything. He's been asked to play with Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy asked him like this: "It's on the YouTube show. It was brilliant playing. You should be part of the band in my next recording album. Sharon will pay you nothing. Same as Johnny pays you." Let's see. Who else we got? That's Sharon right there. There's that witch. Magic Man, Tim Thomas, Keith Campbell, Nightbot in the house, Mark EFX, Andy Carson, War 1AG, Dan of New Jersey, Black Salami. Thank you for the kind words, Black Salami. That's sweet. James G, Vistalite 1972, Alice Martinez, who wants to buy Dane some Colonel's gourmet popcorn.
Oh,
Delicious Colonel's gourmet popcorn.
amazing.
That gourmet popcorn,
That
fantastic.
stuff is
Highly
incredible.
recommend delicious Colonel's gourmet popcorn and more. Johnny, did you know that if you mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon when ordering some of that popcorn, chocolate, nuts, candy, or all those goodies, you get more product if they mention your name or Jay Hannon's name? Did you know that?
I have heard that.
I've heard that rumor too.
Nightbot told me.
And you know what? It's true. I've done it myself. They've sent me more bags of stuff, deliciousness. I am addicted to their movie popcorn, Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn, and more. Get some for Dane Zimmerman today. That's the new tagline.
Get some for Paul today.
Yes.
Hey,
the great Neander Paul, ladies and gentlemen.
hi kids.
Hi,
Sorry I'm
Paul.
late. Sorry I'm late. I was just sending John Mancuda very dirty pictures.
I saw some dick
gosh.
pics coming into my my thing now. Welcome. I welcome those.
Yeah.
Let's see who else. Janice la 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 la. Papa Blue, who is actually what Symmetry looked like on New Year's Eve. Majestic PB and J Cat. Sandra Picorni. Love that. Andy Carson. Hey now. Christopher
Hey
Live
now.
Power, who was with us New Year's Eve also. Thank you, brother. Actually, no, Chris was with us. I was on Fruitcake Tony's show for the Warrant episode the other day. Chris was there joining us backstage. Paulie Walnuts in the house. Stephen Franklin. Danny's Rockin' Metal. Johnny Beane is in the house. That's always nice to have.
Hey.
Cool. And
There
Hit
you
Metal Works. Let's see who else. They're pouring in faster than I can read them. God
Yeah.
damn it.
92,
Damn it.
Hey,
93 people.
Enough with the mouth over there, you.
Yeah, I know that filthy mouth. My mother gets so upset over thing.
So we have
talk that way. Gretch
we have
Zeppelin,
a revelation tonight, by the way, John. We should talk about.
Wait, Gretch Zeppelin, PP Burns, Bozique in the house. How are you? G. Bushnoff, Jimmy Carr in the
Jimmy
house.
Carr.
Put out King, my buddy Billy Atkin in the house. Welcome, my brother. Happy New Year, man. Leo Safko, R2R3 Locking Nut, and everyone else. Welcome. A lot of our buddies in the house. Kevin Coachell and everyone else. We love you. We're happy you're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy fucking New Year. Yeah.
Happy New Year. Happy New
And
Year.
Paulie,
Steve Barton.
Paulie, Symmetry's alive. Did you know that? After,
Yes.
after
No,
New Year's Eve.
I believed in Symmetry the whole time. I think it was me who was like, go ahead, let him be himself. You do you, son. I, as a professional drinker, supported Symmetry the whole time, even though he spent a lot of time calling me a Mancuda's mom thingy. I have always been on Team Symmetry. He knows that. And in fact, if you were watching during the Saturday Night Live show this past Saturday, we wrote an impromptu blues song for Symmetry. It was a Saturday Night Symmetry Blues.
That's right.
Yeah. That might have been the highlight of the show.
It probably was.
Yeah, the show wasn't very good.
The Saturday Symmetry Show.
Similar. That was just about it. It was, but it was cool. I'm glad he's doing well. As we all know, stupid things are done on New Year's, sometimes by Andy Cohen, and sometimes by Symmetry. And we are doing very, very well so far in 2022.
Yes.
I would love to whiskey drink with you someday, Paul. That song is killer, says Symmetry.
I'm in.
Cool.
I'm in. As everybody who's watched the Saturday Night Show knows, I am capable of drinking a lot of whiskey in a short period of time.
I have seen you do it, my friend. I have seen you do it.
We've seen the before and after.
Yes. It's amazing how much I look like that guy. It really is the worst.
Which is which?
Yeah. I look, by some people's standards, Ernest Borgnine was an attractive guy. Okay, I'll take it.
Listen, my mother gets wet watching those old movies all the time.
Speaking of attractive, I was watching Godzilla, and Raymond Burr was quite a looker in his day, and committed to reporting. I mean, he's up there. He's up there with the whole. He's up there with the whole microphone while Godzilla's fucking up the entire city. He's like, and it looks like things are coming to an end here. He stayed in the building the whole time. Building falls on top of him. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Raymond Burr was like the most committed reporter in the history of mankind. There's a huge atomic lizard making its way across the city toward your face, and you're like, well, I suppose the people need their news.
We are fucked in the news right now. We are fucked. I repeat, we are fucked. I'm looking out the window right now as Godzilla is approaching. He's getting
really was
ready
what it
to
was.
fire his nuclear breath. Wait, what's that coming in now? He's about to step on our building. Everyone's evacuating the building. I will stay right here giving you a step-by-step.
He did. There was an eye contact moment where he literally looked up and made eye contact with Godzilla. It was like, and you see like Godzilla's coming through the city, and he's just about to fuck up the building, and he turns and he's like, he gave Raymond Burr the "What's up?
What's up?" No, it's like, let me tell you something. I love our audience, but not for nothing. If I looked out the fucking window and saw even a shadow of fucking Godzilla walking toward Mama Kuda's house, I'd be like, oh, show's over. Bye, Johnny. Just grab Blue Rhino, out. Mama Kuda would be like, well, I've got to pack things. I can't go out like this. Godzilla's got to at least take a few minutes to get here. I've got to change my pants, and I'd rather wear the black leather ones. And, I want my heavier jacket because it's chilly outside. Ma, giant fucking monster coming. Giant fucking monster coming, like a fucking 30-story monster coming this way, about to step on the house. Well, hold on. I got to get a scarf. Where did I put that scarf? It's got to be here somewhere. I don't know. Oh. Boy, did I take shit for last Tuesday from my mom.
You probably should have.
Uh-oh.
And boy, did I take shit for Friday from my mom. And boy, will I take shit tonight from my mom.
Hi, Ellie.
Every time we get off the air, I go to bed, there I go out, and there's my mom in the first thing in the morning. Morning, Mom. We have to talk. Some of the things you said. Jason would never talk about his mother like that. He's respectful.
No, Jason's respectful to his mother.
He's respectful. And he has dimples. Did you see his dimples? Oh, I love his dimples.
And he smells good.
Look at him. He's a handsome fellow. I'm going to turn on my vibrator thinking of Jason because he's respectful.
Oh, my gosh.
He's respectful. And thank you, everybody. Money is pouring in. Johnny doesn't even know what to do with all this money. All he knows all he knows to do with this money is not give it to Paul and I.
I know. Yeah, that much we know is not.
That he knows.
If you guys want to help pay for stuff.
Listen, you put us on that payroll, we will absolutely help pay for stuff.
Yeah, if we have creative control over the show and we can control things.
Creative control.
Yeah. Now we're negotiating. We're negotiating live on the air.
Listen,
see, Dane should have joined us tonight. He could own a piece of the show.
Johnny's got to pay for all the FCC fees we rack up on a Tuesday night.
By the way, I hate to
fees aplenty.
I'm gonna pull back the curtain here, John. We're on the internet. We can do whatever we want. Yeah, I mean, if people want to go to RedTube or Tube Galore or Pornhub or Red Porn or whatever other, I mean, if those things are available, you think this show is offensive? Or Twitch, yes, where you can join Johnny Beane later on playing video games. You're welcome,
That's
John.
You, man. You have one job.
Yeah, one job. One job. I thought we had a clip.
Yeah,
there we
go.
There it is. Yeah,
took a little while, Paulie, but I would last we timed it. It took 8 seconds. This time,
yeah. By the way, question from the chat. Gretch Zeppelin asking what this shirt is. It's Eddie from Iron Maiden, an approximation of the Trooper, the Trooper where he's running with the battle flag across the field, but it's a hockey stick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So it's my sister-in-law got this for me for Christmas a couple of years ago. But it goes over big when you go to a hockey arena. People are like, oh, that's cool. Of course, hockey
That is-
big here in
that is
Arizona.
cool. That is cool. And there's no wrong time for Eddie.
No.
And by the way, speaking of all the porn sites, my mom's yelling down, don't forget bigblackcocks.com. Don't forget. I
And
think
whatever
they'll
you
give me a
do-
discount on my subscription if you plug them.
Whatever you do, don't Google lemon party. Whatever you do, don't Google lemon party.
That's LEMONPARTY, 2 words. So don't Google that.
Hip Metal Works is like, Paul, you want to be a Canuck? No, I'm from an original 6 city. That's why the Boston Bruins are one of the oldest hockey teams in the league. When the original 6 hockey teams formed way back when, in the early 1900s, Boston was one of America's only representatives. It was Boston and New York, and so, that's hockey is part of. I grew up playing hockey this time of year. Which is so weird to be in Arizona because the Coyotes ownership are fucking morons. Hi, Ellie. And B,
Lemon party.
Oh, no.
And
Oh,
B,
by the
I
way,
only get-
while you
I
do
get to see
that,
the Bruins
hey
once a
Siri,
year.
play porn music. Hey Siri, play porn music.
I thought mine went off. I thought one of my cell phone just went off, but I don't have the speakers. I heard it in my head. Then I heard this music on the television because I have the television on in the other room, and I'm like,
Right
Did-
now in my
did
mother's
my Siri
room.
hear that?
Right now in my mother's room. Bow chicka bow wow. Ow ow ow. Boom chicka bow wow. Ow.
And you can actually set off Alexa too. We've done that.
Yeah.
We've actually set
Well-
off people's Alexas.
Oh,
I have. This was given
Alexa,
me by
play porn music.
This was given to me by my ex-girlfriend a couple of years ago, and I won't hook it up. I mean,
Well,
I
there you
want to. I have hooked it up, and I like it, and it's cool. But there's just too much stupid shit going on in my world for the government to be listening to. And make no mistake about it, these things are listening, and they are recording, and there are certain phrases that you cannot say. And I will tell you that I have said one.
I've been
in
saying
my
that
workplace.
for years.
Yeah, I've said one in my workplace, and I won't tell you what it was, but true story. The local office of the United States Secret Service
Oh yeah.
did call the radio station, and did open a file on my partner and I for 90 days because of what we said, and it was a joke about things you can't say in front of an Alexa, and we said it, and the Alexa caught it, and literally an officer from the United States Secret Service called the radio station, and the person at the front desk put them through to one of our sales managers because that was the only executive in the building. And because it was a female representative of the U.S. Secret Service, our sales manager, who's a sexist pig, started laughing and thought it was a joke. And she was like, "No, my name is, and this is my ID badge number, and you need to call
Slim
return this
Shady.
call as soon as." She needed to call immediately. And eventually we had an interview and the whole deal. So you have to be very careful what you say around the Alexa, just so you know.
Yeah, the Alexa, the
True
Siri,
story.
all those things. They are listening. No shit.
My iPad is listening to everything we say, and if we drop the wrong combination of words, they will reach out. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, good news. You don't have to Google Lemon Party. According to Leo Safko, the barcode scanner next to my head takes you right there. So
Yep,
right
that's good.
here,
Great news.
that will take you to Lemon Party. So.
That's great news. Yep.
Also, don't ask Alexa about donkey in a box in Tijuana. Donkey in a box in Tijuana. Do not ask about that.
Now that's really funny because I've been to TJ, and I think
You guys
the
are on a
donkey show-
first name basis. You call it TJ.
Well, it's because I don't want to say. Here's the thing: it's not Tijuana, it's Tijuana.
Tijuana.
Tijuana, Tijuana, Mexico, Tijuana. But I've been down there, and you don't. There is no donkey show. Trust me, I've looked. There's no donkey.
Oh, there's the donkey show.
I tried. I looked for the donkey show. Nobody would direct me to the donkey show.
Well, you don't pay enough money. That's why. There is a donkey show. Trust me. And I've made enough money at the donkey show. Trust me. There's a donkey show. My jaw still hurts from that fucking thing.
Oh,
There
boy.
is a goddamn donkey show.
Oh my gosh.
Were you spending time on Grindr? You know, the app for people who have an affinity for submarine sandwiches.
Love those $5 footlongs.
Now, all right,
We don't know.
right here,
we don't know.
right here, right here, right here, right here, right there, over there. You, Johnny Beane, right there. Grenade in the room. Right there, Mr. I didn't do anything. I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Hey, Jay.
That's all I'm
Ladies and
saying.
gentlemen, the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi in the house.
We were just talking about you, how you smell good. All that
How,
stuff.
my mom was
how
talking
Mancuta's mom touches herself to you.
I love myself. I want Jay to touch me.
Oh boy, that's just wow.
Oh no. Yeah, Gretch Zeppelin said it best. They don't let the gringos at the donkey show. You gotta really kind of get in with the.
Why are you gonna be
amigos there.
fucking racist, man?
I'm just seeing what they say in the chat. I'm just reading.
The heave.
I
is
don't
dropping
write them.
racism.
I just read them.
The heave is just dropping racism, is what's going on here.
See, there it is.
What?
There it is.
By the way, we have an announcement to make. Should we announce the engagement now, John?
Sure.
I'm Mama Mancuda and I have officially become engaged today.
I love Neanderthal.
Yeah, we
You guys thought we were going to talk about Jack Osborne, Ozzy's son? No. That's music related. We rather talk about my mother and Paul. So go ahead, Paul.
fact of the matter is, I was talking to Mr. Mancuda today on an unrelated incident, and Mama Mancuda was in the background. A lovely woman. Made it a point to let me know that she doesn't look like the graphic that Johnny's about to put up. Nothing? Really? John?
Really? You have
No,
one job. You have
There's like
one
20
job.
graphics here.
I can't. There you
Yeah,
go.
there it is.
Yes, Mama
There it
Mancuda, she wants to make it clear she doesn't wear Paul Stanley makeup. The rest of it,
Yeah.
completely accurate.
Yeah. She said, I don't actually look like that graphic they show. That's not what I look like. So if you guys are looking in Trader Joe's for a woman that looks just like that graphic, you're not going to find her because my mom, surprisingly, does not look like that graphic.
She's actually sounds
Shocking,
like
right?
Yeah, she sounds like a very sweet woman. We had a
Wow.
conversation today, and
Absolutely.
I met Mrs. Mancuda this morning, and I was inordinately polite to her because she has money and she's single.
Money? Where do I have money?
Well, somebody's paying your bills for you.
Yeah, that ain't what's happening, boys and girls.
Oh no.
It ain't that way, I'll tell you that.
Speaking of paying the bills, let's say hello.
Delicious banging. Oh, okay.
Well.
I'm sorry. Executive producers are the big bosses. These are
These
the
guys are
that pay the
actually
bills.
paying bills. These
Guys are actually paying bills, and they don't even know why. But let's give a big thank you to our executive producers of the show: David Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Mike Neese, Music Therapy Labs, Majestic PB and J Cat, Wayno, False Flag, Sherman Callahan, Andy Carson, Michael B., R. Habs, War 1 AG, the Chad, Linny Lou, and my geriatric little sex kitten, Mary, James Gum, John Moronic, Stephen Franklin, Michael the Captain Smith, Thomas Santiago, Joe Christian, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, and Stephen Carmichael. Those are the top tier channel members, the big bosses. These are the guys that tell us what to do, that criticize the show and get what they want when they want it, because they're the bosses, Mancuda. And don't talk back to us, because you're not giving us our money's worth, Mancuda. You're fucking up our investment in the show. The channel is shit because of your stupid Tuesdays. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Flashback. But those are the top tier of channel members. There we go.
And we're live all over Facebook as well.
There you go.
All over Facebook, which is
Shit it all over my Facebook.
Yeah, that's Mankuta's mom's Bukkake series all over Facebook.
Oh, shoot it all over my face, but give me a facial, Paulie.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is the greatest thing. Your mom thinks thought I was a nice guy today. I'm talking to her now. I'm like, okay, Bukkake. By the way,
he's talking about jazz.
by the way, that should be in the next Disney movie. Mankuta Bukkake.
Disney movie. Walt Disney production. That would be a
God.
great name for a porn company. Walt Disney Productions.
By the way, Magic Man, this show is about guitars and music. Hang on a second. This is a guitar. We listen to music.
This is a Dockin video. This is music.
All right.
We're gonna talk about that later.
We've satisfied everything. Guitar.
Hold on. Wait, I'm
Music.
getting a message from the producers. Good job, Paul. Good job, man. All right, we've talked about guitars and music. Cool.
Guitars
cool.
and music covered.
Let's
Ready?
go back to Sex with My Mother.
Here we go. Talus, great band out of Buffalo, New York. You've never heard of them unless you really know music. Some guy named Billy Sheehan was in this band. You don't care. All right,
And Bruno Ravel.
So there you go.
There you go.
Music. We've talked
Very
about
cool.
music. We've showed a
Sure
guitar.
have.
Mhm.
We sure have.
Done. Mhm.
Chris Bevan, how am I? Well, it's a brand new year and I have all my limbs and everything's still working. Penis still gets hard. I'm good. Rhino's right there. I'm good. Hanging with my buddies.
Not liking
Hanging
the
with our
fact that you're
audience?
talking about your penis gets hard and you've been in your mom's house for 2 weeks.
Oh, I hate
Little
that.
awkward. Little on the
He
awkward side.
spends
Just
so
saying.
much time in the shower. John, get out of the shower. Get out of the shower. Not now, Mom. Not now. Come on, don't get in my head. Conventional oven.
Cooking with gas. although probably not big amongst your people.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Too soon?
Soon? Jesus, what is wrong with us?
Yeah, let me tell you. Someone
Holy
said too
shit.
soon about me talking about. Someone said too soon about me having Betty White on the show on New Year's Eve, the night she passed away. Let me tell you something. Betty White would have loved it. Betty worked in comedy. Betty would have loved it.
See, that's one of the things that people like. I talk about
The humor
my mom
police
a lot.
are out.
I talk about my mom a lot on our radio
He
show.
talks about John's mom a lot too.
Yeah. And my mom was a bipolar alcoholic and white trash. I mean,
your mom was bi. That's nice.
literally, we literally lived in the projects. If you YouTube drive through ghettos of South Boston, that's where I lived, where kids jumped up and down on burnt out cars like it was Northern Ireland, because it pretty much was Northern Ireland. So my mom was like as white trash and as stereotypical as you could possibly imagine. Wife beater, the really stupid fucking tank top from the 70s with the shorts and the flip-flops and the cigarette and the Miller High Life in one hand. Not an alcoholic, though, because she only drank wine coolers, Bartles and James Wildberry wine coolers. Not an alcoholic. So I talk about all this shit on our show all the time, and people are like, how can you say all of these things about your mother? A, they're true. B, when I pull into my mom's driveway when she was alive, when we still spoke, because we didn't speak for the last 15 years of her life because she's fucking bipolar. When I would pull into her driveway, she would meet me at the door with a cigarette and just fucking laugh. She thought it was hilarious. She thought it was great stuff. Very similar. Very similar. So I get my hollow leg for alcoholism from my mother, which is nice. And that's the fun part about it is if your mom or your family gets what you do as a joke, they understand what you're doing as a tribute. So when Mancuda talks about his mom's vag, it's really a tribute. It's gross.
Everyone likes to pay tribute to my vag.
Yeah. It's something funny. So that's why people that's why he does it. That's why I do it. It really is the ultimate in tribute. You're saying to yourself, my mom gets it, and you love her so much that you can put her up on this pedestal and make her a cartoon figure. Although if the truth is better than anything that we could make up.
Yeah,
it really is. The truth is so much funnier and better, but a lot of times it's embarrassing. It's personally embarrassing to bring up things about your childhood. My mom, speaking of personally embarrassing, my mom loved to tell this story. anytime I brought a girl back to the house, which is why I never brought girls back to her house. They would come over and she'd be like, "Oh, she seems like such a nice girl. Let me get out the picture book." So she would get out the picture book and show me show the girl pictures. Oh, this is when he was in high school. This is, all this stuff. And then she would go, "Oh," and there was that time when I walked into his bedroom, into his nursery when he was a baby, and he had taken the diaper off and just painted the walls in shit. What my mom was doing was
I recorded him. I recorded the actual sound. Here's my little Paul Meister. Here he is.
Yeah, and she would be like, I came in and he had, and by the way, I had to wear cloth diapers because I wouldn't wear Pampers and stuff like that. Apparently, the cloth
You were
diapers.
a diva.
So
You were a diva.
I was clearly an executive infant. So she
Boss
said
baby.
I took the diaper off like it was a hand towel and basically painted the wall behind my crib in shit as a baby. The first time I could get my diaper off, I was an artistic is what I was. Not autistic, artistic. And
my son was a trailblazer in the scat play world.
And she would share that story with every woman I would bring to the house. And the reason why she would do that is because she did not want to become a grandmother that weekend. And it ensured that there was no way in hell, after hearing a story about me wiping a shitty diaper all over a wall, that a girl was going to go anywhere near my groin.
That's why my son Paul is so into anal. Give it to him in the back door. I don't want to be a grandmother.
It was so typical and embarrassing, and I knew when it was coming because she would wait till she had about 7 or 8 of those Bartles and James in her, and then she'd go, "Let me go get the picture book," and I'm like, "All right, time for us to go. We gotta go. See you later." Out the door.
And that would scare them off every time.
Not every time, but certainly, at least for that night. There was no way. There was no way you're going to hear the story about me wiping the shitty diaper on the wall, then have dinner with my mom, and then go to bed. Like, she let us sleep in the same room, which was very moral of her.
So was this when you were like a teenager, or like up until you were like 35?
Even in my 20s.
No, Johnny did this as a toddler. He wasn't wearing a diaper when he was a teenager. You're not listening.
Although I'm working toward that again.
Yeah,
I'm getting close to the diaper.
No,
again.
but tell him that story, because that story.
Yeah.
Oh no, she would tell that story. She would tell that story. Teenager, college, up through my ex-wife and I got married. I met my ex-wife when I was 23, and she told that story to my ex-wife. And my ex-wife,
she didn't tell it at the wedding itself. If there's anyone here that has any reason these two should not be united in holy matrimony,
well, I think she should know something about my son first. Hold on, Reverend. Just so everyone knows, my son Paul shit painted the walls. If that's okay by you, then put the ring on. But you should know that first. Nice girl, that one. Nice girl.
Yes, it was. By the way, for the purposes of this impression, my mom will be played by Harvey Fierstein.
I never met your dead mom. I'm imagining, we're taking a little creative liberty today.
Yeah. So my mom did that on a regular basis, and it's one of her favorite stories to tell, and I still tell it to this day because it's fucking great. It's just a great story.
It is a great story.
I mean, what am I going to do now? I mean, if that's now, what I had to do was develop my sense of humor and personality to the point, because looks weren't in the game, and clearly money wasn't in the game. I come from the projects. So if a girl could come to the house and my mom could tell that story and I could still get sex out of her, I'm a winner. I can sell anything. I get the box of steak. I get the box of steak knives. Steak knives are for winners.
It was then that Neanderthal knew his future lie in the door-to-door sales world.
Yeah.
Why, yes, I would love some of those lovely brushes. I'll take 2 of those and 2 of those. There's Paulie's sales rep right there, his regional sales manager.
Neanderthal, you didn't sell enough toilet brushes. You use that shit story.
By the way, Bozique thought you were doing Gilbert Gottfried. I'm like, that's the worst Gilbert. That's a great Harvey Firestein.
Yeah, that would not be. That's not Gilbert Gottfried.
I'm doing the Gilbert Gottfried is more of a. He's more.
He's not as deep and as
dead. He doesn't have the very nice.
I'm just doing a smoking mom voice, Gilbert Gottfried's like,
and then he took shit and put it on the wall. He was doing a whole finger painting thing. The diaper was like this. He was scrubbing like Annie in a Hard Knock Life. A mom walks into her baby's nursery. Says, I have a family show for you. Nutella for everybody. Hershey syrup or Nestle Quick. You decide.
Why did Jay Hannon's face just come into that play? I don't know.
All of a sudden, there was a discussion on shit play, and
because he eats Nutella for breakfast every day.
Oh, Jay likes Nutella?
I've never had Nutella.
Well, after that story, Jay just put the jar down and nope, no more. That's that.
I don't even know. I don't even know what Nutella tastes like. What is it? It's like chocolate. It's like peanut butter.
Chocolate hazelnut spread. Chocolate hazelnut.
Ugh. That sounds awful.
It's good.
That sounds awful. It really does.
In the Godfrey as
not for
you
me.
got a problem, Pinky?
That's for Colleen Gray.
All right,
Thank you.
Hey, Colleen.
Lovely Colleen in the chat.
Welcome.
And listen, everyone that's watching the show, take a second, leave a thumbs up now, because it all goes downhill to shit from here. So,
hi, Ellie.
Get it in now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ellie's like, wait a minute. My baby brother has a shit diaper right now. That sounds great. My mom's going to start her own YouTube channel and tell stories about my childhood.
Hi, Remy.
And I caught him masturbating again.
What?
Only this time it was on the staircase, and this time that was this week.
Mm-hmm. See, that's why most people bail from Facebook when their parents and grandparents join. Because they don't keep their stuff private, and they start telling those stories.
Yeah,
and everybody sees that stuff.
Yeah, my mom's dead now, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Speaking of dead,
by the way,
Kai Matthews is asking if I could do Dr. Bellows. Major Nelson, you're telling me you have a blonde in your house that you're not banging like a $2 whore? And it's a genie that can grant your wishes and drop me off in the airless vacuum of space because I've made your life miserable? You need a psychiatrist, sir.
So the answer is no.
No, I cannot.
No, you can't.
No one
by
did
the way,
Dr. Bellows.
I know Dr. Bellows is such an obscure character. By the way, I would like to say hello, Colleen Gray. It was nice of you to acknowledge me in the chat. Nice to talk to you. We never speak. We never speak anymore. Why don't you return my calls?
Colleen
Is it because I wiped shit on the bedroom wall when I was a kid?
Is it because you're married and you still respect those silly vows?
I'm not married.
No, Colleen is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Well, that's also why I don't date Colleen either. But
yeah, all right, good point.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. I've got that divorce lawyer on speed dial.
So bad.
There he is.
Yes, so you want the house and half the money, right? Alimony payments. No problem. I got that going for you.
Wow. Man.
Renus wants to take you to lunch, I think, Paul.
Take me to lunch?
Well,
Nice.
I believe that's what he's saying in the chat, don't you?
It seems like it, yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, only leftovers, though. Only leftovers, Renus.
Oh, no.
I knew it. Colleen Gray is like, I didn't know you were into scat. Well done. You and I, we'll scat sing together. See what I did there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Kevin Bethel, delicious Bang energy drink. He brings up bull semen. Delicious Bang energy drink. Nothing like a little bull semen flavor. Today's flavor, I believe, is bull semen. Let me see. Oh, actually, it's cotton candy, which is very
all right.
similar.
Yeah.
Give you a little lead in your pencil there. They're very close. There you go. Goes great with those Alabama steamers. Yes, sir.
Oh.
Red Bull gives
Wow.
you wings.
Yeah, see, I love the fact that this is why Colleen Gray is already taken and why none of us can ever have her, because she understands what scat singing is and gets the double entendre joke there. There's nothing better than a hot chick who's also smart.
Yeah, and has a
But
good
not-
sense
but-
of humor.
But not too smart.
Hmm.
Got to be able to keep them under your thumb a little bit. Just saying.
Yeah.
That was my problem.
Or you know, under your, you know, under your all your fingers, you know, at the, you know, keep them
Don't
under your
forget.
thumb. Unless, or you
don't
doing the
forget
bowling. You doing the bowling ball thing with the
Don't
thumb?
forget the button, the little man in the boat. Got to take care of the
Where
little man in the boat.
is Thumpster? Where is
Yep. You got to take care of the little man in the boat. I mean,
Here
the shocker's
am.
great. The
Here
shocker's
I
great, but
am.
you gotta don't forget the little man in the boat.
Yeah, my tongue is already in the boat. So
Hi, Ellie.
let's see.
See, Colleen, what's happening here? No looks, no money, clearly no bowel control. So what do I got to do? I got to talk a good game. Got you blushing. I'm already on my way there. Pretty soon you're gonna feel that. You're gonna feel that warm little chill starting to form, and then, yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah,
I'm
That's
in
gonna
love
happen.
with Neanderthal.
that's gonna
I
happen.
mean, I'm really in love with Neanderthal.
That's what happens. It sneaks right up on
And-
you. Next thing you know, I got you.
And then it
Like
slips.
herpes.
You're having sex with your husband, and all of a sudden, Neanderthal.
I will tell you, there are a lot of
Bye,
girls
Janice. I'm going with you.
Yeah. I also wonder. I also wonder how many girls are really uncomfortable having having sex with a guy with longer hair than them. That's another weird thing. I wonder if that exposes any sort of hidden lesbian tendencies that they might have.
You let them pull your
Paulie's-
hair.
Paulie's like a lipstick.
I've let him pull
lesbian.
my hair, although I did almost knock a chick out for pulling my hair once, and I didn't mean to. It was at a bar, and somebody grabbed the back of my hair, like pulled my ponytail, and obviously somebody out of the blue just goes to pull your ponytail. You immediately turn around to throw, and this girl pulled my ponytail, and I turned around like I was going to crank her one, and it was my buddy Phil and his wife, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." I didn't realize what I was doing.
We want a threesome with you, Paul. Wait, did you just punch my wife?
Kevin
the
Bethel,
donkey
stop with the
punch, yes.
nonsense. Stop with the nonsense. Now you're just baiting. You're masturbating.
You're a master at that baiting.
Anyway, music, guitars.
Oh yeah. So talk about guitars and 80's Metal Live is the name of the show. That's right. And we do that.
Welcome.
We absolutely do that.
Every
We do
day.
eventually do. Oh, wait a minute. I hear some noise. Is that Mancuta's mom?
That's not my mom.
Oh, then there's
Johnny?
noise in
Is that
That's
your missus?
That's my mom.
it. Oh,
That's your
keep
mom.
it down in
This
there.
is a basement, you know. I never said
Hey,
anything.
Hey. Don't make me come over there.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of condolences. I lost a friend today in the record industry, a good friend who was the guy who was responsible for breaking Disturbed and a couple of other bands on Reprise Records. A guy named Ray McClamory was a well-known record guy out there in Los Angeles. Really good-looking dude, really, in shape, real fit, and fought leukemia for a couple of years, and he passed this morning. So a lot of people are sending me a lot of condolences. Thank you for the nice messages.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Nah, it
Sorry to
just
hear that.
sucks. Ray was a good dude. Very funny guy. Super knowledgeable. One of those guys. One of the good guys in the record industry. There aren't many of them. So,
on a higher note, you're not alone, Paul. My friend Padau King is willing to give my mom a little throw of his cock as well.
Oh, good. That's
Thank
nice.
you,
It's very
Billy. I
nice.
appreciate that.
That's very
Yeah,
nice.
no, and Billy's hooked up with my mom before, so that was even when she was still married. Billy snuck his cock in there. So,
well, your old man was unable to kick his ass. Well, he was, but he'd fall.
Well, there was good TV on, so he didn't want to get up. So,
yeah, good point.
there you go.
Oh, Symmetry. Question.
Thank you, Symmetry.
Favorite Priest album? Defenders of the Faith.
I got to agree with that. Although I have a personal attachment to Turbo, but I mean I can't beat it for songs. Defenders of the Faith for sure.
Defenders of the Faith to me is the most complete. If there was one record that I could play for somebody to describe Judas Priest and heavy metal from England, it would be either Defenders of the Faith or Number of the Beast. Those are the two to me.
A Jewish priest? That's very nice.
Very nice. But yeah, Defenders of the Faith is my favorite Priest record. I know a lot of people will say Screaming for Vengeance or British Steel. I think those records were incomplete. I think you can see the progress of Priest from British Steel to Point of Entry to Screaming for Vengeance. And then it all sort of, for me, it all clicked on Defenders of the Faith. Then they sort of lost it a little bit. I mean, Ram It Down is a piece of shit. But they were clearly, I mean, Rob was clearly alcoholic. They were clearly engaged in all of the excesses of Hollywood. And then Painkiller. Painkiller did for Judas Priest what Revenge did for Kiss. It's resurrected their career in the mainstream world.
It brought back their hard edge that they really needed.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the answer. Defenders of the Faith.
Yeah. No, I'm going to agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Screaming for penis.
Men in bars at night. Rob likes.
You've got another pink thumb in.
Yep. They are.
It's your turbo mother.
Painkiller was a great record. I think Touch of Evil is one of the fucking best songs that they've ever written. What a great song.
Touching Anal? What?
Yep.
No, it really was. And it was a real big hit back then. I was really happy to hear it, on the radio. This is back when radio used to play music. Remember those days?
Yeah, I do. Well, when they played heavy music, they don't play heavy music anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, they do play heavy
like
music.
This morning.
Yeah, I know. It was only a few hours ago I was playing music. But
But
thankfully it was.
55 says no one has to worry about Rob Halford banging their mom. Oh, he seems safe.
That's not true. That's not true because if Rob wanted to, he could bang anybody.
Yeah.
If he wanted to, he could. I mean, you guys saw Heavy Metal Parking Lot. You see all those chicks that were like, "I'd jump his bones." You know what I mean? Like Rob can
Back when he was 30.
he wants to. He's still
Rob can get who he wants. He chooses men because he's gay. But if he wanted to go by, he absolutely could. He could still get laid. Of course, he's Rob Halford.
By the way, he's still really good looking for a guy in his 70s, even though the Santa Claus beard is a little out of control now. He's gone a little far with that. Still good looking guy in his 70s. Super charismatic. Couldn't be a nicer human being.
Hell yeah.
And he's one of the greatest musicians of our generation. I mean, of multiple generations. I mean, so if Rob Halford wanted your girlfriend, Rob Halford could get your girlfriend like that, and you don't even question it. If he wanted to, he could have it. Rob has had Renus Pinkel. Rob has a life partner that he's been with for a long time. His boyfriend is a fucking awesome guy as well. They are the nicest people. They live right here in Arizona, so.
Let's go.
They've been in a committed relationship for a long time. They're very, very nice people.
Johnny's ready to go.
Do they set off fireworks on?
They do not set off fireworks on New Year's, as far as I know. Motherfuckers. They were still going off last night. There was unbelievable. So yeah, no, I can't say enough nice things about Rob Halford. And again, I think we played the clip of the time that Rob came in and read a Christmas poem on the day that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame fucked him. And he was just, he couldn't have been he couldn't be a nicer guy. He's the greatest guy. What a guy.
He's a mensch. He is. Looks like a rabbi, and he's a mensch. He's got to be Jewish.
He's just a super nice guy. The funny thing about Rob is he's got that Birmingham accent, so everything that he says sounds like it's a question. It always goes up. Yeah, that's recently. He just did a thing. He's talking about his sobriety, but that beard is a little out of control. It's a little out of control. It's a little much, a little hipsterish. But he's in his 70s, so more power to him.
Yeah, that's cool when metal guys stay metal. You know,
He got more metal for a while. I mean, the fight stuff is ridiculous.
I'm sorry. What is that to the right of him? I don't know who the hell took that photo, but
I think, here's the thing. He may have taken the photo. It could be a selfie. That's the other thing about Rob Halford is he's super self-aware and jokes about it constantly. I don't know if you've ever seen some of his posts on Catterday. He has got a beautiful collection of t-shirts of ridiculous kitten t-shirts, metal kitten t-shirts and stuff. And he posts them on Saturdays. And it's, Rob Halford's Metal Catterday. And it's
Catterday.
Fucking, it's hilarious. He's great.
Nice.
He's such a good dude.
So I'm sitting here on this cactus.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah. Oh no. Cobra Kai is gonna put Rob's tongue on the cactus.
You think your girl is safe? I can get between her thighs.
Oh no. No, Rob's fucking awesome, man. If you think Rob Halford still can't get anyone he wants, man, Rob is a metal god in many ways.
This is the problem with Rob Halford. Rob Halford is so badass that Tim Owens can't get any respect, because Tim Owens was a great singer for Judas Priest. Obviously, it's a different band, but he could hit all of the notes that Rob Halford could hit, and they wrote much more aggressive metal stuff that was outside of what they could. I mean, they were heavier with Ripper, but they're better with Rob. Ripper Owens is such a great singer. Even he knew, he's like, oh, Rob wants to get back in. All right, I'm out. See you later. Unlike Blaze Bayley, who is still trying to establish his credibility in Iron Maiden, when in fact, those are the only Iron Maiden records I won't buy. I don't give a shit about Blaze Bayley and Iron Maiden. They're terrible. But I own the Ripper Owens Priest records because they're great. They're not the same. It's like the Karabi Motley Crue record. It's not the same, but it's still a good record. When it's all said and done, the songs were good. The performances were good. Can't say the same about the Blaze Bayley Iron Maiden records.
Yeah, no, and again, it's not wrong. It's just a different band.
Yeah,
it's just a different band.
And yes,
it's still a good band, but it's a different band. Yeah,
Symmetry. Tim is singing for KK's Priest, which I think is an abomination. I think that that's a really sad story. The whole KK Downing Judas Priest story. That is an acrimonious split.
Really
it reminds me a lot of when David Lee Roth was pathetically begging to get back into Van Halen. When he was basically, that point in the late 90s where he was like, yeah, man, Van Halen was great. I'd love to be part of it. No hard feelings. There was a lot of hard feelings, and you threw a lot of that shit against the wall and it stuck. And KK has done the same thing, and now he's trying to recreate Judas Priest, saying that he's every bit as part of Judas Priest history as the other guys, and that's true. But you walked away, and when you walked,
but it's not even just he walked away. He bashed the manager.
Yeah,
that woman manager, and she really runs that show.
She's very, very. Everybody thinks that Sharon Osbourne is the only female manager with an iron fist. And Judas Priest's manager, she does not fuck around, and that's why that band is still successful. She protects the band. She protects the brand. She's part of the reason why they reunited with Rob. She's part of the reason why they're working their asses off to keep Glenn part of the band. I think that, good management is something that can make a band. I mean, Peter Grant with Zeppelin, they don't work without Peter Grant.
Paul, I hate to interrupt you. We have breaking news coming in. Colleen Gray did Satchel. Colleen Gray has slept with Satchel of Steel Panther. This just in the chat. Colleen Gray has slept with Satchel of Steel Panther.
No,
I did
no,
that dude is the
no,
quote. I did
no.
that dude.
I think that's a typo.
There it is.
I think
There it
she
is.
meant to say I dig that dude, but that's a typo. I think. I don't think Colleen Gray is that dirty.
Wait.
I'm defending her honor right now because I'm hoping
Wait.
she'll do this dude.
Is it?
Hi, Ellie.
Is it?
Oh my gosh, Colleen, do you want to jump in here? Colleen's been on the show here before.
Oh, no,
Colleen
actually had her
digs
on.
that dude. Colleen digs that dude.
Yeah.
Dig. Okay.
Dig.
I'm sorry. Nothing to see here, folks. Please leave a thumbs up on the video, regardless of the false recording.
Smash that like.
Smash that fuck you Mancuda button. There we go. Oh, this
Don't
just
forget to
in.
subscribe.
Colleen Gray, Terminal.
Oh,
Colleen Gray,
gosh.
Terminal. I am so sorry to hear that.
Yep.
Colleen
very
Gray,
sad, very
Terminal.
sad. Yep.
Very sad news.
Is there an EMT in the crowd?
Oh my God,
She's dead.
Just in. Colleen Gray is dead. Colleen Gray is dead.
Buckwheat has been
Buckwheat
shot.
is dead.
Buckwheat is dead.
Let's
go
go
now
to
the
the
live.
videotape. Of
Mr. Wheat,
Buckwheat.
yet.
No.
Thank you. Yet. That is, Buckwheat has been killed. That might have been the highlight of Joe Piscopo's career.
Oh, totally. Hey, listen, since Colleen's dead, I hope she doesn't mind if I cremate her.
Puda King. Yeah, we don't mention the Captain and Tennille because their death metal record was responsible for so many lawsuits in Europe. You know, I don't know that a lot of people know this, but the church burnings in Norway are as a result of the influence of the Captain and Tennille's music. Many people don't know this because it's been suppressed for so long. I'm not an advocate of censorship, but if we could eradicate any references to the Captain and Tennille, I would be all for it.
Well, that death metal record you notice wasn't for sale in the States. You really have to look underground for it.
Yep.
It's under the band
On the
name
dark
Lemon
web.
Party. Lemon Party. You'll Google
Lemon Party
Lemon
box
Party.
set. Yeah.
No, that's the donkey box set.
Buckwheat is dead. Buckwheat has been shot, ladies and gentlemen. We go now to the tape. Mr. Wheat, yeah.
We'll do that all night like they did on SNL.
Yeah,
I love
why
that
not?
episode.
Yeah, let's go now to the tape. I'm not sure you've been made aware, but Buckwheat is dead. Mr. Wheat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Man, that was the worst years of that show. Although they were,
but
they
there
really
were
No,
some
what are
great
you
things
talking
in there.
about? Eddie
There were some
Murphy's
great
years
things
were
in
the
that.
best years of that show.
And I do believe there are two other guys that were sort of underrated. I think Piscopo was great on Saturday Night Live. I also think, and this will be a weird one,
Nankuda was underrated on SNL.
Tim Kazurinsky was actually pretty good when he was on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who?
and Tim Kazurinsky.
The small guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
With the bow tie.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Tim
yeah,
Kazurinsky,
okay.
the nerdy,
Okay.
really nerdy guy. He was very, very funny. And I will give, I mean, as bad. I've been shot. This just in. I'm not sure you heard live breaking news. Buckwheat is dead. Let's go now to the tape. Mr. Wheat. Yeah. Yeah, Tim Kazurinsky was good, and I don't know that anybody will remember this, but when Martin Short was on Saturday Night Live, and he did Ed Grimley, and he was in the apartment, and Ed Grimley's father, played by Howard Cosell. It is, oh my God, is it gut-bustingly funny. I don't know that Martin Short has ever been given enough credit for being as good as he is as well. Jackie Rogers Jr. is great. I wasn't really a fan of the talk show thing that he did where he was, I forget the guy's name.
John Biel.
But it
wasn't John Biel.
No, it's the heavy set thing. I forget what it was. Jiminy Glick. Not a huge fan of the Jiminy Glick thing. But I thought Ed Grimley was a brilliant character. And then, of course, defense attorney Nathan Thurm with the fucking cigarette, where he would always, oh my God. Yeah, see, there you go.
He
was always like, he was like me last week. He was always like, no, No, can you? I can't believe that. Can you? Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
that
Not
guy.
doing it.
Wh-
Oh, there
when
it
he-
is. Tube
That's
Soup.
where I got it.
Hit one of my favorites.
Yep.
Give me a C.
C,
A bouncy C.
Yeah, when he was Nathan Thurm was the defense attorney, and he was always doing a confessional on CNN on 60 Minutes, and he had the cigarette, and it would just burn down to see how long the ash would get, and they would be like, "Do you understand that your client is responsible for this?" I know this. Why would I not know this? It's so funny that you would think that I know this. Of course I know this. Like, he was a complete. I thought that was a fantastic character. And so there are certain things that happened during, and I think that happens with all of the Saturday Night Live casts. There's always a little nugget of genius and brilliance that's in there. I thought Sherry O'Terry was way underutilized on Saturday Night Live. I thought she was fantastic. And she's now made sort of a comeback as well. She shows up on a lot of other shows. Yes, Mike Neese. Is it me or is it them? It's them, right? It's not me. It's them. It's so funny that you would think that I would know that.
When I was on SNL, which was
right there.
99 through 2006.
There you go.
There he is. When I was on SNL, which was 99 through 2006, I always thought that I was in one of those lull times, that like very forgettable skits, very, no memorable characters like an Ed Grimley or or something like that. And yet here today you have Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, huge, Seth Meyers, huge, Jimmy Fallon, huge. Like, it's like almost everyone from my era was like a huge breakout. Even Will Forte gets like a lot of work now.
Jason Sudeikis.
Jason Sudeikis, but I don't even remember. Was he in my period? I don't think he was.
I don't know if he was or wasn't.
No, I think he was like probably before that era. But I always thought that the most underused person was Rachel Dratch, because I thought she was literally the most talented person in those 6 years I was there. And she did, for those that don't know who she is, she did Debbie Downer, which I thought was a very funny bit.
She looked like a pejorative kid, though, and I think she was weird looking, and I think
that is what it is. She didn't have a very marketable look.
Yeah.
So
although she's stacked, by the way. I'm not. You probably know this, but she's
a short, chunky kind of girl. With a very average face, and
looks like a bird.
Amy Poehler brought her on to Parks and Recreation after she went off SNL, but talent-wise, ability-wise, her and Fred Armisen also, I said, very, very. That's a really good-looking photo of her on the left.
Yes,
that's
on
the
best,
right is
the
on the
best she's
right
ever
is
looked.
more. On the right is more what she looks like in real life. I mean, that's a great headshot, but on the right, that's really what she looks like in real life. But super, super talented humor-wise, and Fred Armisen,
great writer
also,
too.
Yeah, great writer. Fred Armisen also, and Fred, he's one of those character actors. He's very quiet, but you see him in all sorts of stuff, and you don't realize it's Fred Armisen. He still comes back on the show to work with Keenan, who, when he does that, what do you know about that bit? Ooh, yeah. What you know about that? What you know about that? And it's Fred with the saxophone, just doing that like no problem. Right now, my mother has the sound off and just sees me doing this. Oh no, he's sucking dick again.
But yeah, it's funny because somebody was like, Saturday Night Live sucks right now. No, it doesn't. Everybody says that. They've said it since season number 1. If there are people that said Saturday Night Live sucks with the first cast, the one that we all look at, it's just the natural inclination is to, you got to understand what they're doing is a live show every week.
2 live shows.
2 live shows because they do a run through beforehand, early show, and then a matinee, and then sometimes they record that, obviously, and if something goes better in the first show than the second show, we're pulling back the curtain. They will make it fit in for a time situation if the skit runs better, or if something goes wrong in the second show, they have something as a backup to use for B-roll, and they do that in 6 days. They write the show, and they're cognizant, and things change every day. Like the Betty White thing, that could have happened on a Thursday, and they got to do a show on Saturday, and they've got to write around that, and then Lauren has to sequence it. I mean, it's a fairly brilliant thing. So for people that have never done live theater, you can't possibly appreciate the amount of work that it takes to do Saturday Night Live. Now, I'm not saying everything is good, because it's not. There's clearly some bad shit, but it doesn't suck. Cecily Strong is infinitely talented. That girl is super fucking talented. She can sing, she can dance. I don't know that they've had a better cast member than Kate McKinnon. She's fucking outstanding.
She's brilliant. She's brilliant.
Fucking outstanding. She's legendary.
Really
She's
brilliant.
legendarily funny, and like she's Lucille Ball funny. She's that good.
Great comparison. Great comparison.
She's that good, and deserves all of her success. I'm Bill Hader, who was on a couple of seasons ago and now has gone on to do amazing things. I mean, I don't know if Barry's ever coming back on HBO, but if there's a funnier show than Barry over the past 10 years, I have yet to see it, because it's fucking
Hader
outstanding.
also does voiceover. He does
Right.
voiceover also.
And speaking of voiceovers, Chris Parnell, super talented guy.
Chris Parnell, what is he doing? Archer now?
Yeah, well, he does all kinds of stuff.
Parnell was there when I first started. And just to fill in the blanks, because someone mentioned in the chat, I was what was known as a featured extra. I have to move because this fucking thing Johnny has over my head is like blocking half my screen. Don't give it to Paul. Get rid of the fucking thing. Get rid of the goddamn box. Get it out of his
got to promote my
living room.
Twitch.
Jesus. Johnny. All right. Featured extra basically means I'm in the main action of the live shows. They give me under 5 words to say each episode. So like I'm that guy with Jennifer Aniston next to her going, wow, or something like that, or something said in Omni, like, oh my God, something like that. But I'm not one of the main cast members. I'm in the skit. You see me on TV, blah, 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 blah. The thing about SNL, and Paul was trying to basically put it in perspective, is every day of the week, pretty much you're rehearsing a live show. You're rehearsing 2 hours of live show. Now, everyone is getting in their skits. So everyone on there has input of they're writing a skit. Hey, I got a bit. I got a character I want to try out. Hey, I got a skit, a parody. Hey, I want to do a commercial parody. I got a song parody. Everyone's putting all their shit in the pile and they're making a 2-hour show. You're doing that 2-hour show. You're rehearsing it up till Friday. And then Saturday, early in the day, you're doing that show in front of a full live studio audience. Now, I have to explain this because usually on TV, you have what's known as a 7-second delay in broadcast, meaning when they're broadcasting a live news special or something to your house, there's 7 seconds between when it's live and when it reaches your TV. Not so with SNL. SNL is a pure live feed. There is no dump button. If someone says fuck,
except on the West Coast.
On the West Coast, correct. You'll have maybe like a few seconds.
They'll make the edit. No, they'll make the edit. They'll drop out
right.
the audio.
You'll make the edit because it's a later.
Because
what about
it's a later show. It's a later show.
I remember watching that show on like satellite, and like it never left the SNL feed. Like you would still hear them like behind the scenes doing stuff.
That's when they're uploading it. Sure, when they're uploading the live feed to the satellite. Sure.
If you saw it in the Eastern time zone, that's when it
live.
had 0 seconds to dump. If you dropped the word fuck, that word fuck is on the air. That's why.
By the way, that's why Jenny Slate was fired.
You get fined $1 million from SNL if you say the word fuck on that show, and you get banned forever. I forgot who did it. I think it was
Jenny
Eminem,
Slate.
maybe. Was it? I thought Eminem did it also, if I remember.
Yeah, Jenny Slate was a cast member, and on her first show, I think, dropped 2 fucks, and she never had a second show, as far as.
And here I am. I gave no fucks. I gave no fuck. I got paid to give no fucks on SNL. But here's the thing.
That's the first time I ever heard the word fuck on live television was when they did the, I don't know if it wasn't Theodoric of York, but it was the 4 flogging beats thing where I think it was Paul Simon or somebody, or Paul Schaefer. Somebody said, and the joke was, it's 4 flogging beats. How come you can't get it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 flogging beats, and it came out 4 fucking beats. And there was this momentary pause, and everybody was like, and then they kept going. And this was like in the 70s, maybe early 80s. So go ahead, finish, John. I'm sorry.
I wasn't alive
So what I was saying is, so you're getting that a true live show when you're watching SNL. But here's the thing: they do that afternoon show, that 2 hour of everything that someone wrote, and then they gauge the audience reaction and say, okay, this didn't land that well, we're going to cut that. This one we're going to cut for time. Then the fighting starts, because everybody has their little political say in there. Wait a minute, I didn't get a skit on last week. You've got to give me a skit this week. Yeah, but your skit wasn't that good. But I didn't get one on last week. All right, we'll put your skit on. We'll take out this one. What? That landed well. Fine, we'll push that to next week. There's all this back and forth arguing until an hour later when they do the live broadcast show, down to an hour and a half. And sometimes the funniest stuff doesn't get on. It gets pushed, or some of it never gets on at all because of politics, because everyone has to have a certain amount of time on the air for something they wrote. And that's basically how it works.
And there's, for those people that have never seen it, in the director's room, which is what Lorne is doing during the show. People don't realize Lorne isn't just like this executive who stands off to the side. He's actually sitting there with the producers and actively directing the show. There's a big board in the control room with all the things that they have scheduled to go with. And if something runs long or short, he's moving shit around the board. And things that were promised to get put into the second show, you know, after going through the dry run show earlier, may sometimes get bumped or replaced by something from the first show. And it can really fuck up the flow of everything for time, and or if the show isn't going well and they've promised a writer or a cast member that this sketch is going to go in, but the show isn't going well, and there was something from the earlier show that did land but got cut, Lorne will make the decision. He'll go, you know what? The show is not going in the right direction. We need this. And he has what he calls a future file. And in that future file is about a dozen bits that he knew would kill and would do very, very well. But he'd go, you know what? I'm going to keep those in case the show starts to eat shit. And then if that's the case, the cast will hear when they go to commercial, hey, we're making a change here. Everyone get in a costume for this thing. Now, these cast members have to remember their lines from a fucking sketch from 2 weeks ago that they weren't going to do. And that's when sometimes shit goes wrong, and you go, well, why didn't that work? Why did he flub that line? Why did they start laughing? It's because it was from 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't rehearsed, and it was an emergency replacement for something because the audience, the second audience, didn't think what was funny in the first show is funny in the second show, and he's got to do something to bring it up. And they'll also bring in some Foley for laughter and applause to try and supplement that, because sometimes the live show isn't as live as you think it is.
We've got our own right here.
They also have what? That's our live audience. What are you talking about? The live audience right here in Mama Kuda's living room.
Right.
There it is. No, but you know, one of the things you don't realize is with, you know, like when Dane Cook was there doing his opening monologue, it was supposed to be 5 minutes. He ran, I think it was like 13 minutes. He just kept going, and he was on such a high. He wasn't going to miss that opportunity to grab that, you know, real fame making, you know, opportunity. So they're just like, well, we can't take him off the air. He's killing it, but we also have to break for commercials, and people are scrambling. Just scrambling backstage. Okay, the clown skit, that's out. Put in the 5 minute skit we rehearsed yesterday with the Chinese laundry, and then he goes a little longer. Shit, take out the Chinese laundry. Both those are scratched. And you have to realize, side of the stage, because it is a live show, there are plastic appliances, headpieces, wigs, wardrobe racks ready to go, because a lot of times we are changing right next to the stage on a moment's notice, getting into a costume. And if it's main cast only, then you could probably throw a skit in there that you did 2 weeks ago. But if it's got extras or background or whatever, they're not going to do that because they can't do it without those other people that might not be there that week. Because they rehearse everything. And even though the dialogue is on cue cards, if you're at a bowling alley and there has to be like other people in the bowling alley, they're not going to do that skip because, all right, we have to have people crossing here and sitting here and someone in the other lane for that moment. And, they have to have a lot of things prepared for moments of change that just snap happen. And a lot of times dialogue gets changed at the last second. So they're sitting there with cue cards in 3 directions. You have 3 cameras on the show. You have left, right, and center. Under each camera, they have the same cue cards. So no matter where you're delivering the line, you're looking at a cue card. If they change a line, you're just seeing a cue card get scratched out. That line's dropped. This may be written in. Boom. You sometimes see people looking. And yeah, that was a bearded clam for dinner I had. They're learning that for the first time sometimes.
You see that all the time. I think they're always reading cards.
Well, yeah,
on SNL, yeah,
always
on SNL,
because it's difficult to remember.
Shows do that.
It's difficult to remember lines for something that you rehearsed, starting Thursday. I mean, you go if you've got 24 skits, and again, this is live theater. That's why, again, when you hear people say, Saturday Night Live sucks, easy to say when you're sitting in your chair and you don't have to get up and improv a scene or get into a character with an hour's notice. I mean, it's very difficult to do. That's why they're on TV and you're not.
Well, listen, it's not that the performance suck. I mean, I said even, during my years, I said I would have loved to have been in that late 80s, early 90s years where Eddie Murphy and a lot of those guys were really nailing it out. Wait a minute. Putout King donated $10 to the chat. Do you realize that? Where do you get $10? I know you outside of this show. You don't have $10. Did you take that out of your mom's purse? Put that back. Johnny, cancel that. You don't have $10 to throw away like this. What are you talking about?
Vistalite
and fuck that super sticker. Hold it. Wait, Paulie. You're my friend. You should be giving that directly to me. Directly in my pocket. You should pay me cash. When I see you next, you better have a $10 bill for me personally. I don't get a penny of that goddamn super chat. And fuck that avocado in the workout gear. Look how fucking fat he is rolling around in his fat fucking ass. You fat fucking avocado. What are you even putting that fucking stupid goddamn graphic there? You better have my money, motherfucker.
Was that read off a cue card?
Yes, it's right in front of me. They changed the avocado line. It didn't say fat fucking, it said you chunky monkey, but
it's a pear apparently.
Yeah. That's a pear. It's colored like a fucking avocado.
So Vistalite 1972.
Yeah, no, this is a pear. Here's a fucking pear.
There's Vistalite 1972 said, do you remember the time the XFL ran late and screwed up Saturday Night Live? Yes, and that was actually contractual. One of the things that Vince McMahon and Dick Ebersol cut a deal with Lorne Michaels. They cut a deal with Lorne Michaels that the XFL wouldn't run long. So what do you mean? You're going to end the game by 11:30 Eastern no matter what? Even if it goes into overtime, you're going to end it? How are you going to do this? They basically, that was one of the deals that they ran because the XFL was supposed to run on Thursdays and Saturdays, and the Saturday prime game show was supposed to be over by 11:35 Eastern as to never preempt Saturday Night Live, and it did, and that created a huge shitstorm between Vince McMahon and Lorne Michaels. An interesting thing that you would say, I'm going to run a live sports league, but I'm going to make sure that it meets the clock for your live TV show.
Good luck.
Nowadays when that happens, they just move it over to a sister network. But I don't think that was part of the contract with the XFL. The XFL was contracted to be on NBC on Saturday night. You can't do that.
Yeah, that's
yes,
rough.
Symmetry brings up Fridays. Fridays was a fantastic show. Fridays was that's where Michael Richards and what's his name? Curb Your Insanity.
What?
Curb Your
Oh,
Enthusiasm?
Larry David. Larry David.
Enthusiasm.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. He was those guys were all on Fridays back, when Melanie Chardoff, who was kind of cute, and a bunch of those. That Fridays was when Andy Kaufman did one of the greatest bits in the history of live TV, which was the vertical hold bit, where he basically made the production people at ABC fuck with the vertical hold in the middle of a sketch. Because back in the day, kids, there was these, Mark Blankfield as well, Buddha King, well done. Back in the day, you had the horizontal and vertical hold, and it was basically this way. You know how you have letterbox?
My TV's not working again. God damn it!
Yeah,
these rabbit ears.
And you would take these things. You would take these things and adjust the picture and the vertical hold. I don't know why you couldn't tune something in and get the vertical hold to work, but it basically made the screen skip like film, like a short thing of film, and you could speed it up or slow it down to try and lock in the vertical hold.
That used to happen when you would play Atari and you had it like on the wrong channel. You would see the screen go up and down like that.
It would rotate,
Mm-hmm.
And so
back in my day, we had Atari, and there was a good game system. You'd plug in those cartridges.
No, that's fucking David cocksucking Crosby. I'm doing the Pepperidge Farm guy right now. See, there's a difference. Here, you want me to do it like David Crosby?
We had Atari, and we liked it. And fucking, those cartridges were way better than any shit they make today. The fucking Switch, fuck Switch, stupid Switch.
So he did this thing where the vertical hold was done at the network, and people all around the country were trying to fix their fucking TVs. A brilliant piece of comedy.
Great bit.
That was in the movie.
Yeah,
part of that was in the Man on the Moon, I think.
Yeah. Andy Kaufman was so out of his fucking mind good with what he did. And I forget who brought it up. Keith Campbell, when Michael Richards played the little boy playing with the army men, and he was basically molesting Barbie dolls on the side, and then he set one of them on fire, like he was throwing grenades and lighting them on and shooting them and blowing them up. I mean, just ridiculously funny stuff. That show should have been better. I don't know why it didn't work. Maybe because America wasn't ready to have 2 live comedy shows on 2 different nights of the week. Saturday Night Live was just a juggernaut at that point.
And people in the chat are asking about Dane. I don't know. We invited him. He said he wanted to come on tonight. He hasn't come on tonight. Maybe he watched the show and said, "Oh boy, this sucks. I'm not coming on tonight."
Well, it probably didn't hurt that, within the first 20 minutes of the show, Johnny put up an anti-Dane graphic.
But that would only be something Johnny would be responsible for.
Dane is not responsible for anything. Nope, that's not true.
No, I'm saying that's something that Johnny would be responsible for.
Johnny was not responsible for anything. Don't you know this show?
I see.
Yeah.
Now I
wasn't me.
He's already gone.
It's the fate. Wait a minute. Where did Johnny go? I saw the cartoon image of him, but Johnny's gone again.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get a glass of water.
I have to poop.
I gotta pass water. Is that what Johnny said? I'm having trouble passing water.
Hey, come on, little man. It's okay.
Yeah, and Mark Dillon brings up a good point. Dane was in the chat earlier. Earlier tonight, Dane was in the chat.
He was?
He was. He was in the chat at some point earlier. I remember seeing the name. And so was Nerd Halen.
It was people talking about Dane.
No,
wait, Mark.
Yeah, Dane was in the chat earlier. Dane, are you still in the chat?
He's not still in the chat.
Well, he was definitely here earlier.
Whatever.
Nah, whatever. My mother loves Dane. She's like, he's the sweetest man. And that's the way to her heart. Paul has a huge hog, and that's the way to her pants. But
that's how that works.
And by the way, who said they wanted to send Dane some popcorn? Was that Alice Martinez? That was you, right, Alice? I think Alice was. I know Lenny Lou and Mary were sending Dane some popcorn, but Alice also, I think, wanted to send Dane some delicious Colonel's gourmet popcorn and more. Maybe they're sending Dane some chocolates, some chocolate covered cashews. I know he likes that. And some delicious cheese popcorn. My Mama Kuda, let me tell you, Mama Kuda loves cheese popcorn. Right now, she's hoping someone sends her cheese popcorn. They have nuts, they have candy, they have sugar-free stuff. And if Dane or Mama Kuda mention Jay Hannon or Johnny Beane, they get more product, more deliciousness from Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. Thank you, Colonel's. Delicious.
You're welcome.
Oh, is that some being delivered now? I thought I heard a knock at the door.
There's a knock at the door.
No. I think there's a knock at the door. Someone must be delivering delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. Or maybe it's just a prostitute for my son.
Again.
Let's see. Fear My 3-inch says, I'll eat Mama Mancuda smelly cheese. Thank you. Appreciate
That's
that.
gross. That's gross.
Yeah.
You made it weird.
Yeah. Really? What the hell, man?
What's wrong with you, man? It's a family show. Hi, Ellie.
Jesus Christ. See,
I
we have
have
kids watching.
There are kids watching this show. I have to go check on Lemmy to make sure she hasn't shit in the house. Hi, Ellie.
Speaking of shit in the house,
I'll be right
delicious Bang energy drink. Always the right time. If you shit in the house, there's nothing more wonderful to get it out of your carpet than delicious Bang energy drink. Delicious Bang energy drink comes in so many nice flavors, like get shit out of your carpet. That is the flavor of the week. You can't see it, but trust me, that's it. Thank you, Bang energy drink.
Thank you, Bang.
Thank you. While Paulie's checking on the dog, I was showing earlier, I brought this Dokken VHS video for Unchained the Night.
What?
And I basically,
What's a
like I
VHS?
said, back in my day, they had these little video cassettes. Yes, sir. These video cassettes, we used to have them. You'd put them in a visor. That's what it was known as, a visor, spelled VCR, a visor. Yes, sir. You'd put these little things in, and they'd open the tape right up, go, and there it is. Look at that little refreshing thing. It's a real videotape back then. Yes, they had. So anyway, no, I was, like I said, I was on Show Me Your Pick the other night, and I happened to bring out one of these videotapes for Warrant, which was the topic of the night, and I noticed I had a couple of storage containers of these type of VHS videos. And for those that don't remember, or maybe a lot of you do, back in my day in the 80s, when heavy metal was real music, guitar playing and everything, they used to sell these at a lot of the stores. They used to come up with these packaged videotapes. And what it was is all the music videos you'd see on MTV of, for in this instance, Dokken. And then they would throw in concert footage of some live performances you wouldn't normally find. I mean, now it's easy. Now you go on YouTube and see all this, including these. These are downloaded onto YouTube usually, but you'd have a lot of, backstage footage and a lot of cool, bloopers and stuff, and all sorts of,
the hard and
behind the
heavy
scenes.
The
Yeah,
hard and
right.
heavy.
Hard and Heavy was another one of those. But you had backstage stuff and, on the tour bus behind the scenes with the guys, and they land in a town and they're going around, looking at stuff, and they would put these in packages. And I'm going to go over a bunch of them that I dug out. I'm sure, Paul, you have a bunch of these too, right?
I used to. I don't have many of them left anymore.
No,
I
held
didn't
on
save
to
a lot of my
mine.
VHS stuff. I saved some of it, but not that. But I
These
remember
were very
watching
cool.
those. They were great. Yeah.
These are very cool because I have let's go through of them. Dokken Unchained the Night. This one has the videos for, let's see, includes footage shot by the band itself on tour in Europe and in America, on stage, off stage, and backstage. Then you have the videos for Into the Fire, Just Got Lucky, Breaking the Chains, Alone Again, The Hunter, In My Dreams, and It's Not Love, all on one video cassette.
It was essentially Dokken's greatest hits,
Yeah, basically. And it was, back in the day when we were on MTV, sure, you'd see Dokken come on, regularly on a lot of those, like Headbangers Ball and stuff, or once in a while, and the video countdown and shit. But when you wanted to watch like a day full of Dokken, this is what you'd buy. And they were like something like $30 back then.
Yeah, it was like $29.99. Yeah.
Yeah, they were really fucking expensive for that time.
You know, it's funny you say that, because back when we were kids, records, vinyl records were like $4.98. Yeah, $4.98, $5.98, $6.98. It was sometimes $9.98 or $10 for a double album. Do you remember stuff like that?
Mhm.
Now, if you go to buy a piece of vinyl, it's $29.99 for a fucking record.
That's crazy to me.
It's insane what
and
they're getting.
I buy
They're better quality now,
Blu-rays.
though, too.
I buy
but they're not though.
I buy CDs and I buy Blu-rays now just so I could have them. Zim's just chimed in the chat. I'm still super tired from my show Saturday at the Whiskey A Go-Go opening for Faster Pussycat. I drove 700 miles that day, and congrats on that. That's a great show. Dane was at the Whiskey A Go-Go, the famous Whiskey A Go-Go. Think about that. And you're playing with a cool 80s band like Faster Pussycat. So Dane's a little tired, but we're all giving a shout out to him. And hey, Alice, like I said, you want to join in with Lenny, Lou, and Mary and get Dane some delicious gourmet popcorn. I'm sure he'll want to open it on the air. So there you go.
So by the way, to Johnny's point, yeah, Johnny, those vinyl is great the first few times you listen to it, but keep in mind, every time you listen to a vinyl album, it degenerates. So it's great the first few times you listen to it. The longer you own it,
Yeah.
the more the grooves get worn out and the more dust settles inside the grooves, which takes away from the fidelity. So respectfully, for those people that love vinyl, you're paying $30 for something that you're going to destroy and have to replace eventually anyway. They're like breast implants. They all wear out.
Yeah, you got to replace them in 10 years. Ah, my saggy's a natural. So let's look at a couple others, because I dug out a shit ton of these. This one is David Lee Roth, who just canceled his farewell tour, his supposed farewell tour in Vegas. Johnny did a video on that the other day.
What's
and those not
interesting is
aware
that you can disagree all you want, Santa Cruz. It's a fact. Vinyl degenerates every time you listen to it because there's a needle scratching the grooves and wearing it down. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree. It's fact. It's science. It's like everything else. Like guitar strings wear out, car tires wear out. Anything that has friction on it eventually wears out.
vagina.
That's a fact. So you don't have to agree, you don't have to agree with it because you're wrong. It does happen.
Is your internet okay?
Yeah, no, yeah. John is lagging here and there.
Am I lagging?
You're like pausing.
Yeah, you're
Really?
getting lag, internet lag.
Because I mean, I just made a face and held it for a minute, but am I lagging when I'm talking? I just did that. I was like, I mean, that was just me pausing. But like, am I literally lagging when I'm talking?
Well, no,
Sometimes,
the audio's
no,
fine.
the audio is fine, but the screen will occasionally freeze up.
Oh, well, that's good.
Somebody's uploading or something.
Yeah, my mom's uploading more porn. I don't know what it is.
That David Lee Roth video, when he put out,
I had that one. I still have that one.
I still have it somewhere too. He
it's right
here.
A
lot of police going down the street right now.
Oh, must be those fireworks.
A lot of sirens going. There's a lot of sirens. That video he eventually released as a bonus DVD for one of his greatest hits records. So that video that you're holding, John, is available now on DVD. They've re-released it. Which is cool because a lot of the cool stuff in between the videos, and of course, Loco del Calor is on there.
No, this stuff is great. Let's see. This one has videos for Just a Gigolo. I ain't got nobody.
Yeah, that's California. And it's the long video. It's the full video, which is great.
Yeah, and Dave, if you remember Dave's videos, these videos had intros with
They were like 15
characters
minutes
and-
long. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really funny. They're really funny because Dave was like, again, a showman and entertainer. It's not just the music; it's the intros with him dressed in a fat suit with makeup, and him dressed as the African warrior, and him dressed as all these other characters. Let's see, as California Girls, Yankee Rose, Going Crazy. And again, I've said this on the show before. Yankee Rose is probably my all-time favorite 80s video, like ever. I think it's the best video ever. I just love it. So it's very, very cool. Then you have, let's see, what else? Because it's dark as fuck over here. Conceived, written, and directed by
had like interviews.
David
He had,
Roth.
I think
Like
before
little-
every
Photography by
yeah.
Neil Zlauer.
Yeah,
I
Neil
always,
Zlauer,
Zlazor.
I always mispronounce his name.
Zlozauer.
Zlozauer. Okay.
I met him
there
at
you go.
NAM. We're best
Yeah.
friends.
No, he's
Yes, yeah, I saw
right
him.
by me.
We walked past each other at NAM.
He's right. Yeah.
Big fan.
It's not like Phil Collin who knocked Johnny down at NAM. By the way,
Was Phil Collin wearing a shirt at the time?
no,
he wasn't.
no, he was not. He literally was
course he
not.
wasn't.
He just barreled into Johnny bare chested like if he was on stage. He was
Of
like,
course
"Hey,
he wasn't.
nerd, hey nerd,"
Yeah,
just-
I haven't
no way
washed
he
my
was wearing a
shoulders
shirt.
since.
Yeah,
it was almost
there's
like
no reason-
Johnny. It was almost like he wanted Johnny's lunch money. He just shoulder checked him.
I don't even. By the way, if Phil Collin can knock Johnny aside, how small is Johnny? Because Phil Collin is not a big man.
Well, Johnny and Phil, you guys are about the same height, right? Or is Phil taller?
John Biel.
I don't know
How
how
tall
tall
are
Phil
we?
Collin is. Johnny's not very tall,
I'm not sure.
but they were both down there, and Phil just kind of barreled
I'm
through
not sure.
Johnny. I just want to say he barreled through Johnny, just
Yeah.
knocked him. And by the way, 135 in the chat. Take a second, leave a thumbs up on the video because it's free. Why not?
You're not going to get this Thursdays.
Yeah, you're not going to get this on Thursday. That's terrible. Why
Not
do
on
you have to go?
Thursdays, 'cause
Why
it's
do you have
not
to
on.
go?
Why would you
Oh,
do
it's
that?
not
huh?
on. Why do you have to do that?
Why? Always doing this kind of shit. Starting shit is what you're doing.
There it is. Let's see. Yeah, Colleen says one of my favorite lines. Not if you was the last immigrant grocer
Immigrant
on the
grocer
face of
on
the
earth.
earth, honey.
Honey.
Yeah. Just great stuff. So this was David Lee Roth. Let's see what else. I got a whole shit ton of these. Alice Cooper trashes the world. I love the Alice Cooper trash tour. I have Pete Friesen's Mockingbird from this tour. So I've watched this one like 1,000 times. I remember this tour. But look at all this one has on it. This one has, holy shit. This has like the whole fucking live show. So it's got, here's the set list. Get this. Trash, $1 Billion Babies, I'm 18, I'm Your Gun, Desperado, House of Fire, No More Mr. Nice Guy, This Maniac's in Love with You, Steven, Welcome to My Nightmare, Ballad of Dwight Fry, Gutter Cats versus the Jets, Only Women Bleed, I Love the Dead, Poison, Muscle of Love, now I got my mom's attention, Spark in the Dark, Bed of Nails, School's Out, and Under My Wheels. And that's like, that's one concert. Talk about a set list, man. Look at that shit. That's a long freaking set list. Alice Cooper gives you your money's worth in so many ways. So this is the Trash is the World tour video. And then let's see. And then he did this. Then he did a companion video called Video Trash. And this is all the MTV stuff and the behind the scenes stuff. So this is like on the tour bus and, stuff shot with the band. And then you have all the videos that were on MTV and VH1 and stuff. So that was really cool. It doesn't give a set list, but you know what was on the Trash album.
Yeah.
Poison,
All
Feed My
Desmond Child
Frankenstein,
songs.
House of Fire. Who? Paul, you got that? Johnny dropped something.
Oh, yeah, let me get that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was,
Thank you.
I'm, by the way, John, I don't mean to sound like I'm not paying attention to you, but I'm responding to our friend Howie right now. So just so you know.
Sure. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell him I send my love.
Will do.
Yeah. Howie's a great guy.
Yep.
Let's see. My ancestors spit on your haircut. Let's see. And yeah, Colleen, Alice Cooper is the most awesome human on earth in so many freaking ways.
He really is a nice guy. I mean, again,
Really
there's
is.
another guy that I've been lucky enough to come in contact with on several occasions. He works at our radio station. He's our night guy. So he works out of his own studio, but he comes in all the time into our radio station. And the thing about Alice Cooper is if you tell him your name and where you're from, like if he met you and you live in Ohio, he knows everybody that works in radio and records and things and shit in Ohio. And then you tell him you live in Florida, he knows everybody there too. Like Alice Cooper knows everybody, remembers everybody, and nobody, even when he was fucked up, has a bad story to tell about Alice Cooper. Even when he was drunk, they're like, oh, it was tragic. But now he's just been, and he's the nicest fucking guy. He has a thing called the Solid Rock Foundation now where he is essentially got a free music program for after school kids. He's got multiple teen centers here in the Valley where kids can just go. If you're over 12 years old, you go in and tell them what instrument you want to play. He's got guitars there and you can get together with other kids and just jam music. It is the coolest fucking thing. Alice Cooper is a savior when it comes to music. He's a better guy off stage than he is on stage. And on stage, he's a legend. Couldn't be a nicer guy.
Yeah. And he's just brilliant. Just brilliant.
Yeah.
Let's see. Going on. Here's Warrant's Cherry Pie VHS. Let's see. Always screw this up. There it is. Quality you can taste. Get it?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm not tasting that. I prefer apple pie. But this one's funny because you read the description is like very typically Warrant. You know, it's got like all the innuendos and stuff. Slice yourself a piece of this juicy collection of streaming hot videos and more that only Warrant can serve. Coming down off of their double platinum album, Cherry Pie, this visual treat contains the videos Cherry Pie, I Saw Red, Blind Faith, and the controversial Uncle Tom's Cabin. Controversial. Remember when things were controversial? Unlike this show. Plus, unlike this family-friendly show. Plus the acoustic version of I Saw Red. Hold on to your apron as these raucous road warriors treat you to
raucous is the word you're looking for.
Raucous? Is that raucous?
Rashes.
I always read that as raucous. Well, which is it, guys? We all have three different answers.
It's raucous.
Road warriors have rashes.
I'm gonna take Paul's guess. Raucous. Let's see. Raucous road warriors treat you to a behind-the-scenes look at the quintessential rock and roll band. Which band is that? It's Warrant on the road. Sorry. It's Warrant. You know I love Warrant. I bought the fucking video, obviously. Of course I love Warrant. Shit, I bought the damn instruments. It's Warrant on the road, backstage, on the bus, including frank and uncensored interviews with the band. The light here is terrible. Interviews with the band who discuss their history, their fans, their videos, and their legendary after-show celebrations. Wink, wink. Warrant celebrated USO appearance at MacArthur Air Force Base. Solo footage of Janie Lane with a preview of songs from the band's next album. Little did they know the band's next album would appear right after Nirvana's first album.
Yes.
Kick it in the crotch, unfortunately, because Dog Eat Dog was a good album. So let's see. Let's go to, and you know what's funny? Just so you know, in this box, I don't just have metal videos. I have other fun things like of the time. I have like, you know, let's see. Here's volumes of Cops Too Hot for TV. Because this is fun shit. This is when like everything, order now, Cops Too Hot for TV. It's the uncensored videos that were too hot to see on TV. You couldn't see these. You know, this is where they like bust hookers and, you know, hookers are like in mid blowjob or something.
That's the footage Lorne Michaels threw out.
Yeah, this is like, this was my first TV gig, actually. It's, you know.
John Makuda on SNL.
Sorry. Yeah. That's how I got the gig. Lauren, do I get the gig yet? Oh, shut up and go to suck that dick.
Wow.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come on you? Yeah.
Hi,
So
Ellie.
Cops Too Hot for TV was like all the hi Ellie. Yeah, these are stocking stuffers for kids. Yeah, so
Stinking
these
stuffers.
these are like all the nudity and all the shit, like people, in mid fuck or something, and all the stuff that you knew wouldn't be on TV, but like you're enough of a pervert to order
But
both volumes.
but so was it
Here
worth
I am.
buying those? Like when you get ready to watch those, are they
Well-
as amazing as you think they would be?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, not for nothing. I put on my VCR, I yanked down my pants, I had a box of tissues to my left and baby oil to my right. And I was just like ready for, all sorts of stuff. And, there you're seeing like sex going on, but then the cops walk in and you just kind of lose that, I don't know. There's something not as fun for it when the cop breaks it up, But yeah, from the makers of like guys like, Jerry Springer, Too Hot for TV, comes Cops Too Hot for TV.
Starring Hillbilly.
Why do you?
Island.
By the way, why do you still have those? Like, I understand you still.
I still have the same
David
tissues and baby oil. What are you talking about?
I mean, I understand you keeping the David Lee Roth and the doc and stuff because it's music and that's a great.
Sure.
But really, I mean, how many times can you watch Cops Too Hot for TV?
Well,
Like,
it's the
it's not-
same amount of times I watch Animaniacs and Spider-Man's Amazing Friends.
different. I've got 24 DVDs. 24 DVD. Oh, I can smell what Lemmy has done. Oh boy.
It's time for Animaniacs.
Oh boy. Jesus Christ.
Spider-Man and his amazing
I'll be right
friends.
back.
Okay. So there's that. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Slaughter. I got Slaughter. Stick It To You. That was a big album when that came out. If you guys remember this, when Slaughter first came out, they were a break off of Vinnie Vincent Invasion, of the second Vinnie Vincent Invasion, when Mark Slaughter and Dana Strum were part of that. So they basically
Vinny
left
wished
Vinny.
he would have gone with them.
Yeah, Vinny was just Vinny was sitting there making potato salad and like, wait, the band left? Shit, And then they came out with Stick It To You, which was terrific. And let's see, this had a lot of fun too. I remember this one. Let's see. I don't have fucking lighting in front of me because it fucking I'll use my phone. Okay, let's see. 10 months ago, our band was on the verge of releasing Stick It To You. We hope that people would give our music a fair listen. Let our music do the talking. Now, 1 million records and 5 months on the road later, all of you have definitely given our band a chance. Slaughter is and always will be a band that is there for its fans. So we put together an inside view of our lives since the release of Stick It To You. Here's what it's been like from the beginning. Inside, you'll see life on the road, rare studio footage from the making of Stick It To You, live performance footage of Eye to Eye, Burning Bridges, and Loaded Gun from 3 rare club appearances and the largest arena gig of our summer tour, a personally conducted tour of our home in Las Vegas, the front, back, and side, Vegas Showgirls, etc., which is a strip club. The Celebrity Denver Grand Prix, uncensored version of Up All Night, Fly to the Angels, along with the band's own personal footage. So crank it, enjoy, and may God be with you. Thanks. See you on the road. And this was very cool because there was something fun about seeing all the bands behind the scenes because, they're on the fucking tour buses with hot groupies. You want to see that. I wanted to see that. Fuck, I wanted to be there. Why does Johnny throw a fucking survey in out of the blue?
Through the magic of home video, you were there because that's all you had back in the day was that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And so you'd watch it over and over and over, thinking that's like how it was every night for those guys. And sometimes it was.
And yeah, that Roger Rabbit frame where Jessica Rabbit's getting fucked. Yeah, you got to frame it just at the right moment. So there you go. Let's see. Rat. I have Detonator. Let's see what else we got. Paul Poison, Sight for Sore Ears. This is the full live performance of that.
I remember
That's
seeing
cool.
that at Best Buy all the time.
Yeah, and they had a CD of this concert as well. Might have even been a double CD. Let's see, who else do we got? Someone asked about Kiss earlier. Crazy Nights, which is one of my favorite Kiss albums. Bruce Kulick on that one, and I love the Reason to Live video. That was a really good one. Let's see. Here's a very cool one. Early Queensryche live in Tokyo. This was when they were in their glammy phase. Look at the band there.
Looks more like Grumpy Phase.
That was cool. This is pre-Mind Crime. This was very, very cool. Very, very cool. This was like the Warning period, like probably around their second album, around the Warning. And then, of course, Sharon Osbourne needed a new bag, so there was Ozzy Osbourne's "Don't Blame Me" released. I didn't want the video released. Sharon just said, "You need to make more money." I'll say, "So I put together a video for you," and that is right there. That's what it says on the box. I'm quoting. I'm reading the back of the box in that quote. That's exactly what it said. And I quote, "Even if you have a video." That's from Ozzy. That's great. So there you go. Let's see. Thank you, Ozzy. This one was very popular at the time. Rat the Video. This was cool. This was all the videos for Wanted Man, You Think You're Tough, Back for More, Round and Round, and Lay It Down. Lay It Down, my all-time favorite Rat video, and probably my favorite Rat song. I think I really love that song. That was with Stevie as a little kid. Remember that one? Stevie Tyler. You know, what did you wish for, Stevie? You know, Stevie wished he could get in your 8-year-old pants is what Stevie wished for. I mean, that's and that clown, that Choco the clown with the little propeller on his hat. Go ahead, Stevie, make a wish. Or no, it was go on, Stevie, blow out the candles. Then the little girl goes, "Wait, Stevie, first you've got to make a wish." And then the clown, then it kicks into one of the greatest Rat riffs ever. Was that the sound?
Yeah.
Bam, 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 bam. And no, G. Bushnoff, who is that little kid? G. Bushnoff knows the little kid. Who was that little kid?
Somebody in the chat knows.
No, G. Bushnoff mentions, who's that little kid, right?
Oh.
Who is that little kid? Is that little kid in our chat right now? Was
that you, G?
It was Renus. He's an actor. Which one? Is it John Mancuda?
They're all actors.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's in a music video. Of course he's an actor. Oh, well, geez. Thanks for that anticlimactic. G. Bushnoff goes, right? Well, I can't remember his name. It's like, why'd you bring this shit up? No, that's cool. Marianne Gravette was the model, the Playboy Playmate. Yeah, she was beautiful. She was also on the cover of that album as well. Colleen says, Whit Hertford. I have no idea who that was, but that's cool.
He's a director.
He's a director, yeah? Then I admire his work and hope he casts me in something down the line.
What video was it?
Rat, Lay It Down.
Oh, yeah, that is him. He's the kid sitting at the table in the chair.
Yeah.
He's
Stevie. He's little Stevie.
Okay, that is his name. Whit Hertford. That's him.
Cool. Let's see. Colleen says he looks totally the same. So wait, if I go on set and there's like a little 8-year-old, I should know that's the director. He
looks exactly the same as he did in the video.
Does it, Johnny? Post a photo of that. I got to see this.
He has the same. He's like. Let me find it.
Post a photo. Isolate yourself and post a photo of that, please. I got to see this.
Whit Hertford.
Let's see.
Roadie Shop. Okay. Yeah, he looks exactly the same.
Let's see what he looks like. Oh shit. He really looks the same. Holy shit.
The kid from the Rat videos.
Yeah, he really looks the same. Holy shit.
Creepy.
Same haircut.
Wow.
Same forehead.
Holy fuck. He really looks the same. Talk about growing up like you I mean, he really looks the fucking same.
He's a director now, it says.
Well, I hope he hires me for something.
Yes, and Paul
Thank you,
and
Zach.
me and John Dale.
Yes, I would love
There
to.
you
I would
go.
love to be hired.
Yeah.
I would love. I'll do movies.
What else was he on?
Are they doing the
Ooh,
Ernest
look at
Borgnine-
this.
Are they doing the Ernest Borgnine story?
Dane Zimmerman has a whole shitload of these VHS tapes, and he's bringing them on next Tuesday to give them all away. We are going to have some
Whoa.
contests.
All right,
next
that'll be
week.
fun.
Nice.
There you go, Dane.
Way to go, man, because you're not getting mine.
That's
I
a
still
return.
like
That-
these. I
That's
still like
how you
these.
return to the show. That's how you return. You come
That's
in
a
hot.
strong comeback. Dane's going to come in like a fucking superhero next
Yep,
Tuesday.
come in hard. Wait, what? I'm sorry. That's what your mom. That's what Mancuni's mom said to me.
I was about to say my mom just looked up from her book. What?
What?
The dude from the Rat video, the director now, he was also on Full House. He was an actor.
Oh, as the kid. Wow. Look at that.
Doing the duck face.
Colleen,
Not to be confused with the gas face, which is one of the great hip hop videos of all time. Come on.
And
Colleen,
here's
gas face.
here he is, more Mancuda style.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's
What female actress does he look like there?
he looks
boy.
like me as Tulip.
Wow.
Colleen just asked, how are we supposed to watch those VHS videos? Because most of us don't have VHS anymore. Well, Colleen, you have to do it like this. You basically take the video and just like we did back in the day when you didn't have a VHS handy, you hold it up to the light.
No, that's a Viewmaster.
Is
That's
that
a Viewmaster.
what that is?
That's a Viewmaster. Yeah.
But yeah, you know
doesn't-
what?
nope,
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
That's not working.
No, it's a Viewmaster. Mhm.
I'm sorry. Fuck that.
Yep.
Never mind.
I actually
Never
have
mind.
in my house. I have 3 VCRs.
Well, send
don't
one
know
to
why.
Colleen.
I still
Send
have
one
one,
to
and
Colleen.
one is a VCR to DVD transfer unit. I have one of those.
I have one of
Where you-
those in my
Yeah,
place
where
in
you just
LA.
hit high speed and it just does it, and you end up everything gets transferred to DVD.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
why
I
I
have
still have it.
one of
It's
those.
got inches of dust on it, but I still have it just in case I run into a Tracy Lords video that needs to be turned into DVD.
Speaking of porn, so here's Samantha Fox's DVDs
Mm-hmm.
or
Samantha
Samantha
Fox, who-
Fox's VHS.
Who broke a
Thank you,
lot of
False
people's
Flag.
hearts when we found out she does not like the peenie.
I still did not. I found that out. I was today years old. She doesn't like the peenie.
Nope, not
I've
a
been
fan of the
holding.
peenie.
I've been saving my virginity for her.
Nope, sorry,
Even the
Not a fan-
teeny weeny peenie.
not
My
a fan of
teeny
the
weeny
peenie.
peenie.
No, she's always been a fan of the man in the boat, little man in the boat.
As am I. She should
Yeah,
be
I
my
am too.
wingman.
I'm a huge fan of the little man in the boat.
Speaking of huge, look at her jugs, Johnny. Just isolate this for a minute.
Well, those were the one of the first real implant jobs that did really well.
All
were
I
done
know
really
is
well.
I don't care if you film with gravel and pumpkin seed. More titty for daddy. She is so pretty. Even today, she's just beautiful. She
Well-
aged very well. But these are her music videos. Just FYI, these are her music videos. So
She
there
sang?
you go. I have her. Yeah, she did.
She
Naughty
started
girls
out as
need love too.
she started out as a page 3 girl in the Sun, the London Sun. Page 3 girl was basically there used to be it was a newspaper like the New York Post or any of the other tabloid newspapers in England where on page 3 there was a topless girl.
Nice.
That's news. That was news apparently in England.
In the news today, Samantha Fox's Bristols are
And buckwheat is dead. I'm not sure you've heard, but buckwheat is dead. Mr. Wheat. Yes.
just coming in from America. I heard buckwheat is dead.
Buckwheat has been shot.
Let's go to the video. Right.
Mr. Wheat. Yes.
Ouch! I've been shot.
Mr. Wheat. Paul Stanley didn't hit that hellstorm. Paul Stanley likes the dick. I mean,
Oh, jeez. Actually, no, I actually did hit Samantha Fox. I hit her with my car.
he also hit Roz Kelly.
I took her from behind.
She was with
rear-ended.
with Lemmy for a while. Lemmy did, I think, had a piece
Your
of that.
dog?
No, although
Oh.
that'd be a hell of a video.
Huh.
She was
Let me see if that's
Lemmy
on here.
did. I think Lemmy did have a piece of that.
It's not on here.
Lemmy also had Wendy O, but I think David Lee Roth had
Ugh.
Wendy O too. I think there was some
Fuck
pegging.
wanted
Some pegging.
Wendy O.
involved in it.
Williams. Ew.
I don't know. Maybe people who are willing to take in the ass.
Oh, Can't Drive 55 is recalling when John Cleese commented on Buckwheat's death.
Roz Kelly,
Yes,
Keith Campbell.
right.
Yes, Roz Kelly.
Right. Yes. Buckwheat is dead. Right. Sybil. Buckwheat died. Basil Buckwheat is alive.
Buckwheat,
No. He's dead, dear. He's dead, darling.
No, he's looking for a John Cleese commentary, as in like the Dead Parrots sketch. Sorry, sir. Buckwheat has ceased to be. He has shuffled off this mortal coil. He's tits up. He's gone off to heaven. He no longer exists. Dead. Stoned dead, my boy. Dead. Hello, Buckwheat. See? Nothing. That's what he's looking for.
Okay.
Hello, Polly. Oh, I still own that somewhere.
Oh, but Faulty Towers is my jam.
No,
man.
that movie you're holding.
Oh, this one, Crossroads, baby.
Jamie Gertz, everybody. Jamie fucking Gertz for the win.
Well, I was thinking
Jamie
Steve Vai for the win.
Gertz. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the easy one there. By the way, everybody, as stupid as that movie was, and it was stupid. As
It's all
stupid
about
as
the
that movie
guitar battle,
was,
man.
everybody was great in it. Like Joe Seneca was great in it. Joe Morton was great in it. Like the guy that plays Legba, he's great too. The story sucked out loud because Ralph Macchio is just not believable in any way, shape, or form in that character. But the fucking performances, the people that were in that, Willie Brown is the best. Blind Dog Fulton, Smokehouse Brown. He was awesome. I mean, everybody, and the shitty Trans Am that he shows up at the Crossroads in at the end, very, very of the day.
I love old Trans Ams. Then we got Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. You all remember these. Then we went to New Jersey.
John Mancuda, huge Bon Jovi fan.
I am a huge Bon Jovi fan. Come on.
And you're freezing up again. Your
Access
video's
all
freezing up.
areas. Access all. I'm freezing up. Really?
Jeff T. Yep. Jeff T. Jack Butler gonna like you.
It paused right on your face.
Mhm.
False flag.
Motherfucker. Yeah,
Got a
I'm
real
seeing
good
the
guitar
broadcast.
player out of Memphis named Jack Butler.
Why the fuck is my video so raggedy, shitty? Jesus fucking
Look at those
Christ,
faces.
man. Jesus fucking Christ.
Buckwheat is dead. Alice
And
Martinez
it's
reporting
John
now.
Mancuda
Buckwheat
is frozen.
dead.
Why the fuck is my fucking video doing this?
Well,
right
at
now,
least
my
it's
mother is
internet.
downloading porn for sure.
At least you're only 2 hours and 2 minutes into the show, and you're just noticing and addressing it now.
Yeah. Nice.
Wait, every time he
Nice.
freezes, we play a funny sound.
Yeah, well, then I'll at least know what's going on. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Motley Crue Uncensored. Now, this is my favorite because
there's a
this
girl
is
who
where,
flashes her titties in it.
and you see the titties. Finally, you see
Not
the
only that,
titties.
Not only that, during this, that was the video that my band used, or our band, because I never say my, but our band used that video to work out the song we were going to cover. Our band did, all we did was originals, but occasionally we would dig out a weird cover. And so there's the scene where Vince Neil is in the back of a limousine with a couple of strippers, and he's doing a one-on-one interview about how fucking LA they are. But the song playing in the background is a song called Breakout by the Kansas City, Missouri band Shooting Star. You break out, you walk away with it all with a smile. It's a great riff. It's a sick riff. And we did that song based upon seeing it in that video. We're like, oh, I love that song. We should do that song. And so we watched it until we figured out what the name of the song was. Then we looked up the band. Then we got the cassette. Then we learned the song and started playing it. And then we would be playing it in bars. And it was usually the last song of the night, because it's a cover. So we would end with something memorable that people knew. And at the end of people come up to go, dude, you guys are doing the song from the Motley Crue video. Like, they didn't even know it was Shooting Star. They just knew it was in that video. That's how we got credit for doing it.
Yeah, there was, by the way, someone brought it up in the chat. Let's see who. Someone brought it up in the chat. It was the limousine with the hot tub. Keith Campbell brought it up.
Yeah.
It was a limo hot tub, and Vince is in there with girls. And listen, again, Home Sweet Home is one of the other favorite videos of the 80s that everyone loved and remembered. And that moment,
I loved it when it was called Imagine, and then when it was called Dream On, and then Home Sweet Home. But it really is the same fucking song.
Well, I like it as Home Sweet Home, and that moment where Nikki goes to the girl, and then, the guy lifts up the top, and, it cuts to Tommy going.
Yeah, they finally show it.
But on this one, you get to see the boobage. And this was such a big deal back then. In fact, I still jerk off to this day. Isn't that great, Johnny? Speaking of jerk off, delicious Bang energy drink.
Hi, Ellie. You should be in bed now.
Because at some point, you're looking at Vince Neil while you're doing that.
And Tommy going.
Yeah, and he's looking at Mancuda. He's like,
he turns and looks at Mancuda. He's like,
what the fuck?
Thumbnail.
Throws Tommy's rhythm off. Yeah, so that's fun. And this was actually really fun behind the scenes with Motley Crue. Some of these were behind the scenes were better than others because they really got in with the groupies and stuff, and hey, flash your tits to the camera. Yay! It was just like a lot of debauchery on like the Motley Crue one versus what you saw on, say, the Kiss video. Although with the Kiss one, it's a collector's item. We did it as a limited production to 250,000 videos, not signed and numbered, but there's definitely only 250,000. Gene, isn't there only 250,000?
For a nominal fee, I will tell you.
Speaking of nominal fee, did anyone hear that Kiss is open to selling their entire catalog?
Yes, but Gene is at least being honest about it, which I love.
Yeah.
He's like, we have something other bands don't have, and that is an image, cartoon imagery. He knew where it's not about the music. Other bands sell their musical catalog. We sell image. We sell visuals. We sell image. We sell merchandise. No other band. And he's right. Kiss has something no other band can offer. It doesn't matter what Ghost does. It doesn't matter what Slipknot does or what Gwar did. Kiss did it first, and they are iconic when it comes to that. And it is a brilliant marketing ploy to get people to buy it. So what he's basically saying is the images that they own, the four faces and the logo and all the shit that comes with Kiss is for sale. Good for them.
Yeah. Yeah. And there it is.
Keith, Ozzy does have Parkinson's. Why did you just say Ozzy may have Parkinson's? He does have Parkinson's.
May.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
The sky
it's
may
known.
be blue and water may be wet.
Yeah, it's known.
David Crosby may be a dick. No, look, the basic idea is everyone and their mother is selling these their music catalogs. David Bowie and Bruce Springsteen and all these guys are selling their catalogs for hundreds of millions of dollars. Motley Crue just sold theirs for 150 million. So, look, someone said, hey, Gene, would you and Paul, and that's who has the rights to it, would you and Paul sell the Kiss catalog? And Gene basically quoted, Paulie?
For a nominal fee, more than nominal fee. He said, how much? His quote was, how much do you have?
How much money you got?
And that was literally what he said. How much do you have? Because he knows the value. I'll give you a great example. Dee Snider. We all know who Dee Snider is. Everybody loves Dee Snider.
We're not gonna take it.
That's he's had 1.5 hits. He had We're Not Gonna Take It and obviously I Want to Rock. But We're Not Gonna Take It is the big one. That was the moneymaker. Dee Snider at one point got desperate and sold his publishing because he was out of work. The band was split up. His wife was a hairdresser. He was literally unable to find work. They were at the bottom. So he sold his publishing because he wrote all the songs. He owned all the Twisted Sister music. As much as the other guys were part of it, Dee was the smart guy to incorporate it a long time ago. So he sold all the publishing. Then at one point he got, I don't know how, I think when he started doing his radio show, he started to come up with some money, and then he did the national show, the House of Hair, and he started to get some money behind him. So he bought his publishing back. And that was when they started licensing We're Not Going to Take It for all these commercials and shit. And Dee Snider has made millions off of licensing one song. And I'm not talking just millions. I'm talking tens of millions. And how I know this is because when Edward Van Halen died, my partner Mark on the air, he grew up in Baldwin, Long Island with the Snider family. And his friend is Dee's brother. And so Mark put us in touch with Dee, and Dee called in to give us some Eddie Van Halen stories. And I think I sent the audio to Johnny at one point. The Saturday Night Crew heard it. And Dee is telling this story about how he's on stage with Leslie West and Eddie Van Halen while they're doing like this jam session. And Dee's just sitting in a chair watching these two great, amazing guitar players do this like Crossroads style jam, this whole jam session. But the point of the story is, while Dee was telling that story, he was being interrupted by the house renovators, redecorators in Belize, where he was calling us from at the time.
Put that solid marble table over by the Pink Diamond.
It was
not
amazing.
The other Pink Diamond.
And he was totally, and I think Johnny on the audio that I sent you, I think you can hear me, goes, sorry, I got some home redecorators here. And we're like, where are you calling us from? He goes, oh, my house in Belize. We're like, oh, times is hard, D. 40 acres and a mule, D. I mean, it was just so, we were just like ripping into him about it. But the point is, one hit gets him a house in Belize and tens of millions of dollars and all the licensing. So imagine what Shout It Out Loud, Detroit Rock City, Beth, and not to mention Rock and Roll All Night. And those are Lick It Up. I mean, Kiss hasn't had a ton of big hits, but they've had a lot of, like marginal middle of the road hits that people know. And those songs are valuable. And so Gene can just set a number that he wants and just go, plus Kiss cartoons. I mean, you don't think that those visuals you don't think that some Japanese animation company wants to make anime of Kiss? They can still do it today. They can still do it today. The legend of that band is so big. There's so many dollar signs and zeros attached to their catalog and their merchandising and their image rights. It's ridiculous.
And their catalog is
tons
huge.
Of money.
Think about how many albums they have that keep selling over and over and over. No more fans are more devoted than Kiss, I would dare say. I mean, like I said, Paulie and I,
with the exception of the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, they have the greatest fan base on the face of the earth. It's almost a religion. The Grateful Dead have all the hallmarks of a religious sect or religious cult. Kiss should be able, if guys like Springsteen can get 300 million, if guys like Bob Dylan can get 300 million, that kind of stuff for their catalog, Kiss should be able to get $500 million. And that's not outrageous. You're talking about, 30 albums plus the visuals, the rights to those images, and all of the things that come with Kiss. It should be worth $500 million plus.
I was thinking at least 500 million, at least. Yeah, and Put Out King brings up Kiss's Marvel comic issue. It's not just Marvel. So many companies have put out Kiss comics, Kiss action figures, Kiss toys. Kiss decals, clothing, you name it. I mean, Kiss really, really. If Springsteen got 500 million, is that what Springsteen got?
Yeah,
if he got
but
500 million, then Kiss
that's
is
the
worth
rumored
700
number.
million.
Yeah,
Then
if
Kiss
that's
is
the
worth
rumored number,
700
it's
million.
500. Yeah.
Then Kiss is worth, in my opinion, then Kiss is worth 700 million.
It could be. They could push to $1 billion. It's possible.
It's possible.
With the amount of visuals and merchandising and things that could go with it, Kiss is iconic visually. They may be they are the most iconic visual rock band in the history of recorded music.
Yeah, Rena springs up the kildo, the Kiss dildo. I got my mom one.
They didn't
I love my kildo.
Jeff Kiss didn't sell their catalog. They own their catalog. They sold rights to distribution.
Gene and Paul specifically.
Yeah, they own
the catalog. They
own the publishing and the catalog. They basically sold the licensing to market the catalog to Mercury and Phonogram and those other international distribution. They still own it. They just sold that. You can license it. They've licensed it, and they still own it though. They own the publishing and all that shit. They're not stupid.
No, look, you could do Kiss. If you really want to think about it, you think about a lot of the amusement parks, Universal Studios. They bought The Simpsons. Disney obviously has their own cachet of characters. Knott's Berry Farm has the Peanuts gang and Snoopy. Someone else, let's see, Six Flags has Warner Brothers. I would not be shocked to see a Kiss amusement park theme. I would not.
Well, they did try that. That was the intention back in 1980. They were going to do something.
I don't think they did it right, though. I don't think they did it
but they were going to do it. It was going to be Kiss World, and they had everything on the table. And unfortunately, the band was not being run. Bill Aucoin, it got too big for him at that point. And obviously the band was falling apart too. They hated each other. But in 1980 or so, there were plans to do Kiss World, and I believe it was going to be in Paris, but I could be wrong there. And that was before Euro Disney. I mean, that was the thing. It was going to be Kiss World, and then that became the design for Euro Disney. And I would, I mean, a Kiss hotel in Vegas, I can see it.
I could see it. I could see it, and I could see it doing well.
Yep.
Absolutely. A Kiss themed hotel, a la the Hard Rock Cafe, a la Caesar's Palace, a la, I could absolutely see that.
Easily see it happening. Yep. And doing just fine. The Kiss cafes didn't do that great. The Kiss cafes didn't do as well as they wanted them to do, but I think that's because not everything sticks.
Because of the menu?
Yeah.
Gene Simmons' tongue?
Yeah, a tongue sandwich. Let's see. Bozique says, I don't think a Kiss amusement park will work now. Young kids are not becoming Kiss fans. But here's the thing about Kiss. It's not just a generational thing. These are characters. These are cartoon characters.
They're
These
legendary.
Heroes.
Kiss is Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, today kids don't read Iron Man comics. Adults do, but they go see the movies. And if someone in Japan did an anime series of Kiss really well, you bet it would be popular with the kids. You bet it would. They're characters.
Go to Comic-Con and see how much Kiss shit sells.
Oh, tons.
That's the thing. There's the thing about Kiss. Kiss shows up at Comic-Con. Kiss shows up at all the sci-fi conventions, all the cosplay shit. Kiss shows up at rock conventions. Kiss, and I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying this as a fan. I'm saying it because it's true. They cross over. That's the brilliance of what happened with the band. It's not even we're not even talking about the music. But if you go to a rock memorabilia convention, there's Kiss shit there. You go to a comic book convention, there's Kiss shit there. Go to a sci-fi convention, there's Kiss shit there. They have crossed over to everything. It's such a brand, a multi-format, multi-crossover brand that it can't be touched. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think like Kiss poker chips people would want and stuff like that. It's different for a casino or a hotel than, Jeff Davidson brings up Kiss coffee houses.
Yeah, they didn't do well. The Rock and Brews didn't work.
I don't see that as working. But I do see a casino working. I do see, or a chain of casino hotels. I could see that. I love Jeff K brings up room service.
Baby, I could use a meal. The thing about the Kiss Casino is every night in the casino bar, there can be different Kiss tribute bands doing different tours. I mean, it really is a brilliant opportunity for, look, people still go to fucking, what's the fucking medieval times.
Oh yeah.
People still go to that. People still go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. People still do. They go to Renfests. Renfests are the fucking same thing every year after year. You go, you watch a guy bang out a fucking sword, metallurgist bang out a sword at the blacksmith shop. You see the joust, the king toasts the crowd. Everybody gets a broiled turkey leg on a stick and a fucking big thing of beer. You throw an axe here and there. You see some chick with her tits pushed up and you had a good time. That's what Kiss is. It's that experience. It's going to be a completely immersive, and I'm sure there'll be opportunities. And if I were designing this thing, Gene, call me. There'll be opportunities for you as a musician to go in and jam with the Kiss band, whoever that band is, or record, your own vocals over Kiss music. You don't think if they sell the rights to all the music and stuff that those tracks aren't going to be available in the Kiss recording studio, in the entertainment section?
Kiss Coaster? You bet.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think there's going to be a Kiss recording studio at that hotel where you can go in there and lay your own version of Rock and Roll All Night down? Kiss karaoke? Are you fucking kidding me? Money after money after money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's so much money to be made.
They'll do what Star Trek did at one of the casinos, where you can green screen yourself in performing with the members of Kiss.
Jesus
during your karaoke.
I would disagree.
So you can take home a DVD of that.
I don't believe the Kiss phenomenon will pass Jesus Rapesme, and this is why. And it's again what we're talking about. It's not about Gene and Paul as human beings or musicians. It's about the demon and the star child.
Yeah,
and the
characters,
the characters. Those characters live on in perpetuity. Mickey Mouse never got old. Bart Simpson hasn't gotten old. When you are an animated character and you're an image like that, you never age. And because of that, it goes on forever. And if you can create something that is everlasting like that, and Kiss has done that, you can continue to cash in on it. Things like Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny and all of those cartoons. Now, here's the thing. With Bugs Bunny, a lot of it was predicated on the voice talent of Mel Blanc. I get that. There's a whole generation of kids that have no idea who Mel Blanc is. They just hear a voice that's
blank.
Man.
This is my correction of the show. This is my turn to correct.
The point,
it's blank. Mel Blanc.
The point is, the whole thing is a generational thing where people don't really care who the voice is. They just see the visual.
Yeah, but the characters. It's the characters. It's not a matter that. Hold on one second, Johnny. Dan in New Jersey and someone else said it. Like a couple of guys said it, that Kiss is old news, blah blah blah. Paulie's making a point. It's not about Gene and Paul. It's about the characters. If they made a cartoon, it's even the Kiss merch. You see young people wearing Kiss shirts and they've never heard the music. It's a brand. It's characters. You're looking at the Catman and the Spaceman and the Demon and the Star Child. They're characters. They're cartoon characters, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, you guys are all trying to ascribe humanity to the characters, and it's not about humanity. It's about the image. Like Batman, for example. Batman continues. Spider-Man continues. James Bond continues. We all argue over who the best Bond was, but it still exists. Who's the best Batman? That argument can go on forever. But
depends how old you are.
But Batman continues. And that's the thing we're trying to get to. Batman is what Kiss is. Kiss is Batman. Kiss is Mickey Mouse. It's got nothing to do with the person in the suit. It's got everything to do with the character.
Thank you, Steve.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay,
hold on, Paul. This just in from executive producer Steve Carmichael. Mancuda, you and Paul be quiet for a moment. Let Johnny speak. He is one of the big bosses.
I've been sleeping over
now
here
go
for
to
an
Johnny
hour and a
Beane live.
Okay, here's the difference. Dan in New Jersey gets it. Okay, the difference is Kiss, I think with their characters, you have to be a fan of the music. With Batman, Spider-Man, Bugs Bunny, it's just there's a difference. I think with Kiss, if you're not a fan of the music, you're not going to care.
I would disagree
I think
because
that's-
And that was the Johnny Beane
Thank you.
report.
Thank you so
There you
much.
I would disagree only because there are people who buy John Madden video games and talk about how great John Madden is that have no idea he was a football coach. John Madden is a brand. If you took Madden off Madden's video game, if you took his name and his image off that video game, it wouldn't sell as much. There's a licensing thing. John Madden is a brand. That's the reason why he sells video games. That's why so many people get to do commercials, is because the brand, you don't have to be a fan of the person. You're just identify with the character.
I mean, I'm kind of in the middle of that. I'll kind of agree with both of you guys because, Paul, I do agree that it is the characters, but Johnny does have a point that, like, a lot of times with Kiss, at least, Kiss is not Batman. He's not as popular in pop culture. They're not as popular in pop culture as Batman, but they could do a good visual theme, Kiss Casino, Kiss Hotels. And I think it would do what a Batman casino would not.
By the way, I somewhat agree and somewhat disagree, because I believe that if let's say some movie company, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, whatever, some movie company creates a movie and the characters are the Star Child, the Demon, and they create those characters with those visuals, it doesn't fucking matter if they were a band. It doesn't matter. And Bozique, you mentioned they love the NFL. If that were the case, how come NFL 2K22 doesn't sell as many video games as Madden?
Because the game sucks.
You wouldn't have tried it out. It's the brand. The brand is important.
David Crosby, what do you think? Chime in.
I think Kiss sucks. The casino would bomb like Hiroshima.
Again,
Thank you,
Jesus
David
repels me.
Crosby.
You couldn't be more wrong about the Grateful Dead. There are generations of Deadheads. Generations. You go to a Grateful Dead show and you'll see anybody from an 80-year-old to a fucking teenager. As I've mentioned before, when we were doing this is why classic rock endures. And I don't get it, but I'm glad it still happens. When I watch a teenage girl come out of a mall when we're playing Born on the Bayou from Creedence Clearwater Revival, and she comes walking out of the mall and goes, "This is Creedence. This is my fucking jam." You're fucking 17. How is Creedence your jam? The Grateful Dead has that. The Grateful Dead is,
but they only like that one song.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
What did I just say about D. Snyder? What did I just say about D. Snyder? It only takes one song.
Oh my God! Final Countdown. That's my jam.
Yep, the Final Countdown. Can you imagine what whomever owns the publishing to the Final Countdown makes from the NFL alone? I mean, between the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, sports leagues alone, in the bottom of the ninth. You know what that is?
That and Welcome to the Jungle, I think.
They still play that?
Sports
Cash register ringing. Cash register getting paid. That's exactly what that is. They have to pay for that.
Yeah, I think that and Welcome to the Jungle are the two most sports played arena songs that keep ringing in the cash register.
Here's the weird thing, Robot Master Switch. I would love to agree with you about the whole thing about when Jerry died, except for Dead and Company continues to tour because John Mayer now plays guitar for the Grateful Dead. And occasionally Bruce Hornsby still sits in on keyboards with the Grateful Dead. Do you know why? Because the Grateful Dead, it doesn't matter who's in the band. It's about the band. It's the brand.
It's a feeling.
But again, with Kiss, you have the addition.
Literally, it's dropping acid.
Yeah, and whatever.
But again, with Kiss, you have the addition of those characters. And those characters visually are engaging. They could be in comics. They could be in cartoons. You don't necessarily have to follow the music to say, wow, that is a cool looking thing. You know?
Look, we started buying. Why did we start buying Iron Maiden records? We'd never heard Iron Maiden.
Well, we did.
No. In the beginning, we didn't. In the beginning, we saw the album and we saw the album and the visual and went, fuck, this must be cool.
Well, that's the same thing we could say about Kiss. I mean, they stood out visually.
That's my point. The visual brings you in, and then whatever the experience is after you get hooked by the visual, that's what you identify with. So you take those four faces, those four characters, you make a movie about it, you change it around, you
Kiss meets the Phantom.
Whatever.
I got the VHS right here.
You remanipulate it into whatever you want it to be, and as long as those visuals and the character development matters, who gives a shit if they were in a band? But the visuals are fantastic.
I mean, I see what you're saying, Bozique, as far as, the music aspect of it. But again, I just think the characters have
not
legs
about the music.
Visually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just think the characters have legs. When it comes to Kiss, Kiss is unique. They're very, very unique. You can do a lot with those characters,
Why?
I mean, no one was very big at Marvel with Doctor Strange or the Black Panther. Those were not big characters at Marvel, but they put out product that made them big. You could do the same thing with Kiss as characters. You could absolutely do animation with those characters, and that's the first thing I would do.
I mean, Jesus, look what happened with Deadpool. Deadpool was not a big comic. It really wasn't. It was an underground comic. It was
hold on. Deadpool, and shout out to my buddy Rob Liefeld, who created Deadpool, in case there's your shout out. Deadpool was a guest villain in the New Mutants. In the New Mutants comic, he was an assassin. He didn't even have his own comic, but the fan base blew him up.
So it was an under the radar thing amongst the comic nerds, just like Kiss is amongst the music nerds. All right. So it was an under radar character. All of a sudden, they take that under the radar character because of the success of Batman, because of the success of Spider-Man and the X-Men movies. And they say, hey, what if we make Deadpool a great character and bring a good actor in there and make something? Kiss meets the Mandrell sisters. Hilarious.
But see what you did there.
But you bring that thing and you give a character that was an ancillary, tangential guest character, and you give it some character, some personality. All of a sudden, it's massive. Yes, James Stewart. Nobody cares about Kiss. You're right, Johnny. Go ahead.
It's not about the music. It's about using the branding of these cartoon characters. You're wrong. Let's put it this way: you could do the same thing with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You could do the same thing. Cartoon popularity. I mean, I'm not saying it would work as a casino, but I think Kiss would. I really think a Kiss casino would work.
Mm-hmm.
And again, maybe we'll never know, or maybe we'll see it down the line. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I mean, we could beat this to death.
I think you would already have seen it. I think it already would have happened.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It depends on who takes the ball and runs with it. Kiss has a lot of stuff, but I'm just saying that in the future, you could see things you didn't see before when someone else takes ownership of a property that they paid a lot of money for, And I think the Kiss catalog has a lot more value of those characters than just the music. And make no mistake, the music, even if the songs aren't popular, just for commercial purposes, you could find a song in Kiss's catalog for just about any product.
I'm just looking at numbers right now because they continue to draw huge, huge money. So for people that try to say Kiss, nobody cares about Kiss, take a look at what money they're making per show, concert-wise.
Drew SGS 60, 20 years old, in the chat, cares about Kiss. And it doesn't matter if he's a Kiss music fan. The characters, you could do so much with the characters. He didn't have to be alive during 1975. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's not about Kiss in the past. It's about Kiss in the future. What are you doing with these animation characters? What are you doing with these superhero characters? I'm just saying it's
According-
it's a catalog that's probably worth more than any other I could think of, really.
Before the pandemic,
Short of
Right.
the Beatles or something like that. Let me clarify. Sorry.
before the pandemic, Kiss had the highest grossing tour in North America. They were averaging 1.3 million a night. Averaging 1.3 million a night. That's pretty good. Nobody cares about Kiss. They're playing 5 shows a week at 1.3 a show times how many weeks a year? How long was that tour? Do the math. Nobody cares about Kiss. You're wrong. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. When nobody cares about Kiss, the gate receipts will drop. But the fact that they have the highest grossing tour of 2019 before the pandemic numbers changed everything speaks to your inaccuracy. They make bank.
Wait,
Tons
someone's
and tons of
calling
money.
Johnny. Someone's calling in on the WhatsApp line.
I pre-recorded this conversation earlier.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it must be false flag.
Hello.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, who is this?
David Sher. No, I'm joking. It's false flag.
False flag. False
So
flag.
Johnny's got a script
How are you,
that he's
Johnny?
reading. Johnny's got a script he's reading of the recorded message.
I'm
hello,
good.
false
How
flag.
are you doing?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm doing very good. I just wanted to add to that chat. Kiss, for me, right now, and I know a lot of people love Kiss and stuff, but Kiss, for me, should not be a stage show anymore. It should just go to being a theatre show. You know, they should just get
Why?
rid of all, you know, if Gene's not Gene, if Paul's not Paul, if Ace is not Ace, it really doesn't
But
matter to me anymore.
they sold-
I
Ace is
really
not
don't
Ace.
think they should be making new music.
They
to be
sold
honest.
800,000 tickets in 2019.
But that's with Gene and Paul, and that's with Gene
I
and
understand.
Paul.
I understand that, but that's my point. The point was
Yeah.
nobody. The point was nobody cares about Kiss.
But they're
That couldn't be
looking
more
to,
inaccurate.
I guess, make it so.
They won't be a stadium act once the original members go away.
We're not talking about them being a stadium act. We're talking about them
that's
selling
what I
their
mean, yeah.
licensing. We're talking about them selling their licensing.
Yeah,
We're talking
I
licensing
don't think
the
they should
music
make new music
and the
because,
characters.
you know, just play what everyone loved. You know, back in the day.
But
Here
we're
you go.
we're not talking about about
Yes.
a live
Anyway,
stage.
I can't hear the other guys, so I'm sounding silly. But,
Well, this is
Happy
recorded.
New Year again.
Yeah. Here you go,
Yes.
Justin.
All right, guys.
All
I
right.
just
Thank you for calling.
I just went back,
Johnny's
Thank you,
reading the
Johnny.
script.
and as I said,
Bye.
the highest ranking hard rock tour in 2019 is Kiss. Here are the top 10 bands from 2019 and how much they grossed and how many tickets they sold. And in this list, there is only one hard rock band, the one that some people in the chat are saying nobody cares about. Justin Timberlake at number 10 made $75.6 million and sold 568,449 tickets. Garth Brooks made 76.1, sold 856,000 tickets. Fleetwood Mac made $77.5 million, sold 500,000 tickets. Kiss made $81.5 million, sold 800,000 tickets. Jonas Brothers made 81.7 and sold 310 tickets, higher price ticket. Ariana Grande, 82.6 million. Pink, 87.9. Bob Seger, 97. Elton John, 157. And the Rolling Stones made $177.8 million. In that group of the highest grossing tours of 2019, there is only one hard rock band, and that is the band that multiple people think nobody cares about. You're wrong. They do. And that's not what we're not. And now we're not even talking about the music. Nobody's going to see Kiss for the songs. Let's make no mistake about it. Kiss is a great band, but they are the greatest visual band in hard rock history. Nobody can debate that. It's indisputable. They are
No,
the
I
best
agree.
at what they do.
I agree. This
And
is
so-
about licensing. This is about licensing the songs to commercials, to movies, the characters to cartoons, comics, clothing. This is all about licensing. It's a licensing deal. It's not even a matter of will Bruce Springsteen continue to tour? Will Kiss continue to tour? It's not about that. You're buying the song rights to play on commercials, in movies. You're buying the characters, the visual characters, to do something with. If you
By the
bought
way-
Superman, you're buying, something you can make comics of, or toys, or, things that kids aren't reading Superman comics anymore. Adults are. But you're
By the way,
buying something you can make a cartoon with or a movie.
A lot of people are talking about how, the Rolling Stones and Elton John stomped Kiss. Now, I don't know about that. The Rolling Stones made $178 million, but they only sold 784,652 tickets. Don't get me wrong. It's impressive as fuck. But those
Sure.
ticket prices were way higher than Kiss's. Kiss sold more tickets. On this list, tickets sold. Justin Timberlake, 568, 449. Garth Brooks, 856 even. Fleetwood Mac, 544, 286. Kiss, 800, 302. Jonas Brothers, 769, 310. Ariana Grande, 753, 053. Pink, 624, 419. Bob Seger, 867, 925. Rolling Stones, 784, 652. And Elton John, 1.15 million tickets sold. So when you look at that, Kiss outsold most of the bands on that list ticket-wise. Again, it's not about the music, it's about the visual and the imagery. If people didn't care, they wouldn't go. And they do. They still go in sold-out numbers. And so there's value to that catalog. That's the whole point of the discussion is Kiss's catalog worth selling for an incredible amount of money? And the statistics bear out that they are. Kiss hasn't had a hit in 30 fucking years at all.
Easily.
So they're doing just fine.
Yeah. And
And
again,
and there's money in that catalog.
there's a lot of money in that catalog. A lot of money. Not even just the songs. The songs alone, there's a ton of money on. But the characters.
Bozique, it doesn't matter how old they are as long as they buy the tickets. Who cares? Who cares how old you are? I don't care.
I see Bozique's saying the demographic. I get that aspect of it.
But you change the demographic. Going to a concert is people into the music and the visual. But you create those characters that live on as visuals in cartoons and in movies. I mean, Jesus Christ, if you take Kiss and you create CGI versions of Kiss as like a kaiju movie, or as a ninja movie, an martial arts movie, or something like that, and it clicks, boom, you've got a franchise. Kiss. See,
that's what I was thinking. I was thinking in anime, not even American animation, and you could do that too in American animation, but anime, the Japanese could do wonders with the Kiss characters. Because that's all the kabuki samurai makeup anyway. I mean, come on,
Bozique, it doesn't matter. You keep you keep missing the point. There will be no new audience is a bullshit concept because kids today still buy Betty Boop shirts and Betty Boop lunch boxes and whatever backpacks. People still buy Mickey Mouse shit. People still they still put the Rolling Stones tongue on their t-shirt and all that stuff. All of that stuff is a brand, and the Kiss brand can live on in perpetuity. It can.
Renus with the comment of the day.
Yes. Yeah. You're just not getting the point that it's about the logo. It's about the image. Look, the Dallas Cowboys have sucked for 30 years, and yet they still have that star that still sells. The Green Bay Packers, that big G, the Raiders logo, the Raiders have sucked for 30 years. Look around and see how much merchandise they sell. Because it's about the brand. It's not about the product. It's about the brand. And the Kiss brand is massive.
And again,
you don't know that, Jeff. You don't know that it won't. You want to say that it won't.
Keith Campbell brings up Popeye. Popeye was the 1930s thimble theater. Okay,
it's almost 100 years ago, and people do. They still do it.
It's just how you rebrand it, how you brand things, and again, we're talking merch and use of songs. I would not be shocked if I saw Kiss's catalog sell for $1 billion, but I'm gonna guess that if it does sell, it would be at least 700 million, based on Bruce Springsteen's being. Was it Springsteen sold for 500,000, Paulie?
That's the reported number, but I think it's closer to three something. But the report is 500.
Okay, I mean, look, if it's 500, then Kiss is worth 700. If it's
I would agree.
300, then Kiss is worth 500.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it, I know that people like Jeff Davidson and would like to tell you that it's not going to last, but yes.
Nobody eats spinach from a
but let me
Popeye
tell
anymore.
you something. Those olive oil G-strings, baby. Yeah. And who doesn't have olive oil on their shelves right now? Go in your kitchen. I guarantee there is some olive oil.
Yep.
There's some on my nightstand right now next to the tissues.
The Raiders and Cowboys are more popular because they're more mass appeal, because the NFL is the biggest sport on the fucking planet. I get what you're saying, but again, it's about the brand. The Raiders and Cowboys are popular not because they've been good on the field, but because that logo fucking rules.
Yeah, and
that's why.
Keg
And somebody else.
I took a sweet pea and a sweet shit earlier today.
You know, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson are not the greatest motorcycles on the planet, yet there's a status symbol that goes to them. Les Paul guitars. There are brands that live on in perpetuity, and Kiss has the potential to be that. And the idea that it's predicated upon the music, it's got nothing to do with the music. It's about licensing. How will people buy it? If they continue to buy it, then great, more power to. Look, what the fuck was it? Trolls. You know those little trolls with the furry hairs?
Oh, yeah.
Those things have been around for
the movie.
Fucking ever. They've been around forever, and people continue to buy them. Why do people buy Funko Pops? Because it's a brand. It's a thing. Everybody wet their pants over the Eddie Van Halen Funko Pop. This is a great example. Eddie Van Halen is dead. He never lived to see.
Paul. Hold,
this is just in.
I've got to interrupt you. Buckwheat has been shot.
Buckwheat has been shot. Yes.
Buckwheat is dead.
Yes.
Let's go to the videotape for a moment.
The point, yes, trolls are 50 years old, Keith Campbell, and people still buy them. The idea
on the internet are 50 years old.
Rock, when that movie breaks, Pet Rocks are making a huge comeback when the Pet Rock movie comes out.
The idea that Eddie Van Halen never lived to see his Funko Pop become in demand. That's the point. That is imagery, marketing beyond the existence of the musician. That's the exact point. It's making the exact point that I'm making with Kiss, in that special guitar, that colored red, black, and white guitar, which, by the way, Eddie Van Halen, that hasn't been associated with Eddie Van Halen since the late 80s. Remember, he switched over to Ernie Ball, to Peavey, and to Fender. And most of those guitars were monochrome. They were, regular plain colored guitars, blue, purple, whatever it is, flame, and quilt tops. Those are the guitars that, we are all collecting and stuff. What did Fender do? Fender released a guitar that is representative of 1978, 79, 80, 81, mostly 81, the Fair Warning Tour. A guitar that is so identifiable with a guy who hasn't used that guitar regularly to be identified with him in over a generation. And it is the best selling signature guitar of the past 5 years. Because it's a fucking brand. That's what it's about. Eddie didn't play the Frankenstrat on stage. Eddie played his new guitars. He didn't play that guitar either. No, I'm kidding. He didn't play that guitar. That was not the Eddie Van Halen guitar of choice. When he played on the last tour, it was the Stealth, the Wolfgang Stealth, or the White Wolfgang that was aged. That guitar maybe came out for a song. Yeah. That's the point I'm trying to make. that guitar is a brand that lives on and becomes bigger than the artist who fucking played it.
It's that color scheme. It's that red, black, and white pattern.
No, Steve Vai's gem, actually, Renus Pinkel, if you want to be proper, the Les Paul guitar is the highest selling signature guitar of all time. But I know what you're trying to say. Recently, the Frankenstrat outsells the gem by a wide margin. Yes, the gem is, people don't consider the Les Paul as a signature guitar, but it is, and it has been since 1952, and then again in 1968. That is the greatest selling signature guitar in the history of recorded music. But the Steve Vai gem is one that he designed personally, and it's the next evolution. That's the evolution of the Super Strat. It's the one that is so identifiable when you look at it, and has been on sale for 30-something years. But since the release of the Edward Van Halen Frankenstrat signature guitar, it has outsold all signature guitars by a huge fucking margin.
And do you know how well Van Halen merch, clothing, shirts, etc., etc., etc. sells? Just Halen shirts alone. Think about that merch money. Big time.
Yeah. So that's the point. That's a great example of how people who don't even know who Eddie Van Halen was know that logo. They see it and they know it and they want it. They want it because it's fucking cool.
Yeah, but it's better music than Kiss too.
You'd like to think so. I think if we look at album sales, they're right next to each other.
I'll tell you what. Look,
Believe
I would
it or not, they're right now. Don't get me wrong. The Kiss catalog is much bigger, so they've sold less per album. But when you look at the numbers, they're right next to each other. And in the end, that's what we're talking about. How much money is it worth? Not how good is it.
How much money is the catalog worth?
Yep. How much money is it worth? And not just the catalog, the image and the brand. How much money is the brand worth? And in the end, that's all that matters. Gene Simmons said this multiple times. He who dies with the most money wins.
Yeah.
That's the fucked up
and you
part.
know what else? You know what else? You could do Kiss stage shows all around the place. And I don't just mean the casino, one in Vegas, but any casino hotel you did, you could have Kiss cover bands basically playing the guys, sort of the way, Beatlemania did years back in every hotel. I mean, you could have people attending a concert with guys dressed as, Gene, Paul, Ace, and Peter.
I would like to go back to something Jeff T was just saying in the chat, because it's about guitars. We've been talking about music. Jeff T says the Les Paul is different. It's like putting Eddie's name on every Fender Strat and calling it the Eddie. No, it's not. The Les Paul guitar was a unique beast that changed the face. Two guys changed the face of guitar.
Leo Fender
and Les Paul. Now, the argument, just like with Eddie Van Halen, that he didn't really design his own guitar when it went to Ernie Ball or Peavey. Jim DeCola, and obviously the Ernie Ball existed before Eddie went to Ernie Ball. But the point is, Les Paul got together with Ted McCarty and the people at Gibson, and they designed that guitar. The Les Paul is a brand, in fact, to the point where the name Les Paul and the Les Paul guitar has become such a brand that Gibson lost the trademark rights to it in Europe and in Asia. That Les Paul has become the brand that represents this shape of guitar. That is the image. You know what it is. This isn't even a Les Paul. This is a Fujigen. But when you see that, first words out of your mouth are Les Paul, because it's a fucking brand. And the brand.
Well, let me correct you, Paul. It is a Les Paul, but it's not a Gibson Les Paul.
That's the point. The point is this visual. Look at the visual. You see what that is? That's exactly what Kiss is. Instantly identifiable visual.
Yeah.
Instantly identifiable. And it was dead in the water in 1960. Dead. And they changed it to the SG, which were Les Pauls for a couple of years until 1963. So the first 3 years of the SG was actually called the Les Paul SG. But then when somebody created a cool visual of it, Keith Richards, Eric Clapton, Mike Bloomfield, Peter Green, when those guys started
Jimmy
playing,
Page.
Jimmy Page, when those guys started playing these Les Pauls, they became cool again, and everybody wanted them.
Slash.
No, let me finish. So now all through the 70s, Ace Frehley, Peter Frampton, just a whole bunch of these, Joe Perry, these guys start playing, Joe Walsh, are all playing Les Paul guitars. Then the guitar goes out of favor. Because why? Because the audience all grew old and they don't want Les Pauls anymore. Until a guy named Slash picked up a fake Les Paul, a replica. It wasn't even a real Les Paul. It was built by a guy named Chris Derrick, God rest his soul. Chris Derrick and Max Baronet created fake Les Pauls that created the brand, return of the brand, that Gibson went, hey, we own that brand. We should start building these again and marketing them again. And all of a sudden, production of the Les Paul guitar comes back, and oh my God, it's still there. Meanwhile, all the old guys, all the audience that's supposed to exist for those guitars is supposedly dying off, like you're all saying about the Kiss audience. The fact of the matter is, a good product, a good brand, despite the fact that Gibson has made shitty Les Pauls throughout the 70s. The Norlands were ridiculously inconsistent. And by the way, when Henry Juskowitz took over the company in the early 80s, their consistency continued to be rapid. It was fucking unbelievable. There was some good stuff. There was some bad stuff. It was It was so bad. Then all of a sudden the custom shop comes out and they say, hey, we're going to build these things the right way and we're going to charge you a huge premium for it. And so the brand continues and there's money in it. And the reason why people want to play Les Paul guitars is because Slash plays Les Paul guitars. That's why, because Slash is cool and kids want to be cool. And you know who else plays Les Paul guitars and sells a shitload of them? Taylor fucking Swift.
Who?
That's the point. The brand lives on in perpetuity as long as it gets redefined. That's how they win.
Well, at the end of the day, Kiss's catalog is worth a fuckload more than all of our lives put together.
And Jeff, you're making my point again. Jeff's point is the stripes were Eddie, but the Les Paul is just a Les Paul. Nobody identifies the particular color or feature of the Les Paul with Les Paul. That's my fucking point. Les Paul was an amazing jazz and country guitar player, and who gives a shit? He built a fucking sick guitar. It's a sick guitar that goes on. Jeff, you continue to make my point. The brand is bigger than the band. Kiss's brand goes on forever. There will come a point where people will see those four faces from Kiss and nobody's going to give a shit who was in Kiss. It's not going to be Gene Simmons. It's just the Demon. You're making the point. Thank you for doing that.
Think about Batman in the 1960s when Adam West was Batman. Okay, he was a comedic Batman, blah, blah, blah. And then you had in 1989, Michael Keaton brought a different spin to the character in the movie and whatever. And people fell in love with Batman again, but totally different generation and stuff like that. They didn't care that it wasn't Adam West. They didn't care the costume was slightly different. It was the character of Batman. That's the one thing that Kiss has that your typical music, catalog does not, is the characters. They are adding in these comic book-like characters. And it's not all about the music in that case. You can do things with these characters, just like you can with animation characters and comic book characters.
And Jeff Davidson brings up a very good point. Only time will tell. That's right. But guess what? We can't predict the future. What we do know is what Kiss's value is right now. And if they're smart, they sell while the iron is hot. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Get rid of it
now is the time.
Because you're right. We don't know what time will do, what will happen 5 years down the line. Who gives a shit? They don't care. That's the gamble. The gamble is that Kiss, again, with Dee Snider. Dee Snider bought his catalog back. What if Dee hadn't bought that catalog back and somebody else did? Dee Snider would be out tens of millions of dollars. That's the gamble you take. So if Kiss is valued here right now, sell right now, because 5 years from now, it could be here or it could be here. But whatever the value is right now, fucking strike. get that check, cut it, and go. And if
I
it eats
agree.
shit, not Gene and Paul's problem. They sold it. They don't own it. That's like saying, hey, man, I'm going to sell you this guitar, John, but you can't put new pickups in it. Once you sell it, not your fucking problem. It's gone. Not
and you know what?
Anymore.
We're coming up on Kiss's 50th anniversary. So not a bad time to shop it around where people could take that merch and make some money back. And just note to Bozique real quick, because Bozique said Frank Miller saved Batman. Neil Adams saved Batman first, then Frank Miller. Comic book geek, next level nerd.
And then with all due respect, so did Tim Burton, because Tim Burton took Batman to the masses.
Tim Burton took it in 1989. That's why I was saying. That's what I was saying with Michael Keaton.
Yeah,
but as far as comic book stuff, Batman was a joke in the 60s. He was a fun, goofy character. Neil Adams made him serious with Ra's al Ghul, Talia al Ghul, Son of the Demon, Man Bat, stuff like that. Then in 1986, he got Dark Knight in the comic books. I mean,
which was great. That was a great resurrection. That was a great resurrection.
Made Batman dark and gritty. Then you got 1989
and questioning his own mortality and all that shit. But the great part about the 89 Tim Burton thing was, and this is now we're out of music and totally into comic book geekdom, but the great thing about the Tim Burton thing was it was a time where that imagery could be redefined. The late 80s, the idea of S&M and vinyl and latex and a little bit of mischief in the bedroom with whips and chains. If you think 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades of Grey is
my
is
mother
a new
just
concept.
screamed it out. 50 Shades of Grey. 50 and it's so hot. I've got to diddle the man in the bone.
D. Snyder's only worth 7 to 10 million right now, and then he can license it out again next year for another 2 million. 7 to 10 million over 10 years is still great. That's like signing a contract. If I sign a contract for $100,000, right? If I sign a contract for $100,000, all right, and I'm only worth $100,000, but I can be worth $100,000 for the next 30 years, I'll fucking take that.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I'll take that. So when you talk about his own worth is only 7 to 10 million dollars. So, and that's his worth right now. And guess what? Next year he'll be worth 7 to 10 million dollars, and the year after he'll be worth 7 to 10 million dollars. And if you can die with a valuable with a worth of an estate worth of 7 to 10 million dollars, fuck yeah. I don't give a shit. After a certain point, once you have your rent paid and your toys bought, the rest of it is fucking gravy. Who gives a shit? And if Kiss can get 700 million for their catalog,
that's a lot of toys.
Take it and fucking run. So anyway, the Batman thing, the idea
hold on. Before you go with Batman, I just got a quick interjection into the chat. Leo Safko, Jim Aparo, also my personal favorite Batman artist. And yeah, who said it? Wait. Gino Ames, Denny O'Neil. Yeah, Denny O'Neil worked with Neil Adams. Denny was the writer. Same thing with Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Brought both those series back to life. Okay, go ahead, Paulie. Wanted to geek out a little bit.
But here's a great example. If you remember when the Green Lantern movie came out and Ryan Reynolds was in the Green Lantern and nobody gave a shit because they didn't successfully rebrand it, and they tried to blame it on Ryan Reynolds. And the reality was it had nothing to do with Ryan Reynolds. It's just the fact that Green Lantern doesn't translate to the masses. It's not a mass appeal brand.
He could with the right script, because like Flash did, you write the right script, you cast the right actor, and you do the right special effects, it will. Green Lantern just happened to be a terrible movie. A lot of DC's properties get terrible scripts.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems you have with it. You have to create a great character around the brand. And with Batman in the late 80s, when Tim Burton came out and everybody was all about the way Tim Burton shot movies in his old sort of throwback nouveau 30s, 40s, Art Deco / S&M goth style, because remember, Tim Burton came up listening to bands like The Cure and The Cult and all of and Sisters of Mercy and all that goth music. So that naturally comes out in his art. So he redefines Batman as this sort of nouveau art 40s. I mean, when you look at Gotham City back then, those cars were sort of futuristic, but they were sort of throwbacks to the 30s and 40s. So it was sort of this, Art Deco thing going on, mid-century modern, if you will, and it redefined Batman and brought it to the masses. And oh, by the way, do you know what they did for Batman for years before the movie came out? They showed the Bat logo. It was everywhere. It was everywhere. There was nobody knew what it was about. They just showed the logo. They just showed the Bat logo. It was on buildings. It was on buses. It was on television. It was in magazines. You would open up Rolling Stone and it would just be a page of the Bat logo. Yes, like John Biel. And it was so.
Let me tell you, John Biel's movie is going to be tremendous in a couple of years because that head is going to be everywhere. Cobra Kai is going to be the art director. Cobra Kai platoon.
By the way, Jeff T is trying to go back to the EVH guitar thing. You're right, but who cares? It's not about what you think of, Jeff. It's about, does it sell? And his comment is, I know what you mean, but the EVH guitar has people thinking about Van Halen. When people see a Les Paul guitar, they don't think of Les Paul playing. That's right. The Les Paul guitar is bigger than Les Paul was as a guitar player. And that's the point. The brand,
Paul's point, totally.
The brand goes on. And that's the point, is if the Les Paul guitar, by the way, a lot of people who play Les Paul guitars have never even heard the man play. By the way, you should go back and listen to it because he was phenomenal. And by the way, his wife, Mary Ford, could also fucking play. And they had a TV show and they played live on television with each other on stage, live in front of cameras. Les would do these amazing legato runs and his wife would fucking mirror them. They were fucking huge talents. Most people don't know that because they're not nerds about Les Paul like I am. But the guitar itself has lived on long past the legend of Les Paul the man. Most people don't even know anything about Les Paul as a recording artist or what he brought to music, but they know that goddamn guitar. Everybody knows that guitar. And that's the point, is your brand goes on first. And the Batman thing went around for 3 years before that Tim Burton movie came out because the brand is bigger than the product.
Touching on a couple of these things real quick. Gino Ames, Green Lantern could absolutely be an amazing property if done right. If I could get my hands on Green Lantern to put a script and a style together for that, I would make Sinestro the main villain, and I would have him sadistic as fuck, like dark as fuck, and a counter contrast to Hal Jordan.
I thought the Green Lantern movie was better than most people think it was. I don't think the script was all that great, but I thought the visuals were good. I thought the concept.
I didn't
was
like
good.
the effects. I didn't like the script.
I thought Ryan Reynolds was well cast. I really thought the movie was well done overall. I just like the Three Stooges movie. I thought the Three Stooges movie was excellently cast and excellently performed, but the story was terrible.
I didn't like the Green Lantern story. They could have done it so much better, man. They could. It's just the way you package the character and his villains. First of all, no one wants to see fucking certain villains of Green Lantern. Hector Hammond, he's a giant fucking head. No one gives a shit. They want to see Sinestro. Okay, they want to see Sinestro. They want to see, maybe Sonar or one of the other really good Lantern villains. But Sinestro is your guy. That's really your guy. And
Keith
again,
Campbell,
you could
go ahead.
go. And again, you could use a couple of different lanterns. You want to put, a gay guy in there. You have Kyle Rayner you could use, or I'm sorry, Alan Scott. They have now is gay. You want to use a black guy. You have a black Green Lantern. I mean, no, really, you have Green Lanterns that are established. You have Green Lanterns that are established that you could go with any diversity you want. And that's a really good property that you can vary without issues.
Keith Campbell brings up Mary Ford as being the queen of the SG. I would advise you to YouTube Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Sister Rosetta Tharpe was the queen of the SG. She was fucking awesome. Don't get me wrong. Mary Ford was a great jazz and country guitar player, but Sister Rosetta Tharpe, she beat the shit out of that SG. It was great.
Yeah, all She's I know about SGs is 4 letters, ACDC. That's your fucking basis for an SG.
Yep. Or Tony Iommi.
Tony Iommi. Yeah, Tony Iommi.
Or Jerry Garcia. Or Frank Zappa. Or
Jerry Garcia. I don't associate Jerry Garcia with the SG. I associate him with those custom made jobbies.
Right. Those things are pretty amazing.
And,
yeah. But he did play an SG, and Frank Zappa played an SG. And those are pretty amazing. But again, Angus owns the SG. When you see that's why I own an SG. It's because Angus had one. Plus, it's a Les Paul, so I have a Les Paul Custom, the 3 pickup white Les Paul Custom like Mary Ford, and I have an SG because Angus. Hell yeah.
Jesus Rapes Me says, I'm buying a guitar soon. What is it? I don't know. What guitar am I buying soon?
Randy Price, you're right. Dwayne Allman, Derek Trucks, those guys are fucking outstanding SG players. The SG is, it was a great idea because it's lighter, but the neck was still a baseball bat. And whereas the headstock on the Les Paul is the weak link, the neck joint to the body was the weak link on the SG. And when those fell, they had a tendency to separate from the body.
Oh, there it is now. There it goes now.
You're right, Sean Zimmerman. First of all, he didn't like the design of the guitar originally, but when Gibson said we'll continue to pay him, he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll take the money."
Will you take that cash? Thank you.
Yep, that's right, because he's a businessman. If somebody says to you, "I'll pay you X amount of dollars to do something," you go, "Well, I don't really like it," and they go, "But we're going to pay you for it." You go, "Okay, I'll take the money." But then he got divorced, and he didn't want to give Mary the money, so he asked Gibson to please terminate his contract. And they did. They ran it out. In 61, he actually asked them to terminate it. And they said, well, we're still under contract here. So they left the name on it for 2 years. And then from 64 to 68 for 4 years, Gibson did not make Les Paul guitars until Keith Richards was fucking seen with one. So I'm sorry, Johnny. Are we not talking about enough Van Halen for you? Sorry.
Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Where was that? Friday? And Keith Campbell wants to know, what is today's clue for the show and tell guitar of the week? It is an F-bomb. It is an F-bomb. That is your clue.
And I'm late. I got to get out of here. I got to work tomorrow.
Work? What's that? Back work? Hold on one second. Let's see. Give me 1 second here.
James Gum, you're right. The SG should have been a neck through. It should have been a neck through with the wings on it instead of, like the log, like the original Epiphone log, because the body is so thin and the neck is so round and thick that it's like my cup.
Oh, my mother just started tuning back into the show.
My cup of soup.
Are we talking about Paul's massive hog again?
My cup of soup.
Oh, I hope it's cream of Paul.
You made it weird. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there we are. Please stand by. We are getting a report of Buckwheat's death. This just in. Buckwheat has died. Buckwheat has been shot. Buckwheat has died. Do we have video? That was audio. That was audio of the actual shot. Buckwheat is dead. We just got that in. Buckwheat is dead. Beloved character Buckwheat is dead. Do we have video? Do we have video? We do not have video right now. We do not have video. Let's see. Guess in the chat. Drew SGS 60 says it's Gunslinger. Let's see. Let's take a look at some of our beloved sponsors of today's Show and Tell Guitar. Speaking of the Show and Tell Guitar, like wonderful Vinum Custom Pickups. Vinum Custom Pickups, the best boutique pickup out there. Vinum Custom Pickups, maker of the Mancuda Custom, right there. Vinum Custom Pickups. That is a Mancuda Custom in my hand. But Vinum can make your favorite custom tone whatever you want. Go to Custom Pickups and tell Craig Vineham what you need. You want some vintage sounds for your Les Paul? Nobody makes vintage pickup sounds for a Les Paul better than Vineham Custom Pickups. You want bobbins for your Ibanez Gem, different colors, something unique for your swirl? Vineham Custom Pickups will do that for you. Craig Vineham, Jay doesn't even know what's going on. Look at him. Craig Vineham will make you whatever you want. And you just tell him that Mancuda sent you from Talking Guitars and 80s Metal, and that man will hook you up. Vineham Custom Pickups. Check out their website. Also, Johnny, when you want the best kill switches on your guitar, who do you go to? You're a pro player. Who do you go to?
Well, John, I go to Tessie Switch.
That's the one I had in mind. Tessie Switch, the greatest kill switches made out there. Tessie Switch, they take a beating like nobody else. Look at those things. Johnny's even slamming against the screen and they're taking a beating. Tessie switches are great. You want a kill switch, you want a Tessie switch. They have all sorts of sizes, shapes, custom ones. They can even make lit up ones with sayings or logos. Tessie switch, check them out. Johnny's got it on his guitars. Go get a Tessie switch. And Johnny, when you want to customize your guitar, where do you go?
I go to FU Tone.
fu-tone.com. Johnny, they have custom bridges, custom tuners. You want a setup, you want a whole setup guitar, you want noiseless springs, fu-tone.com is where you will get some great stuff. They have it all. They have what you want to make your guitar just the right way. You want to hot rod your guitar, you go to fu-tone.com, and when you mention Johnny Beane, right? There's a code. Do we have a code, or you just mention your name?
We don't.
Flick the bean.
Oh, I'm
don't.
flicking my bean right now.
But they know who I am, so they'll definitely they'll
They
treat
will
do
hook
they
you up.
did they pass you at NAM? Is that how they know who you are?
They ran
We're
into
good
Johnny
friends.
with their shoulders to it now.
We're very close.
You go to fu-tone.com, mention Johnny Beane. They will take good care of you. I thought we get a discount code on them or something.
we should. Maybe something.
You're right, Jeff. I did.
What is it on?
Absolutely
Who
went to
gives
pee.
us a discount code on that? Is it Tessie Switch?
Tessie Switch gives us 15%.
15% off on let's go back, a sponsor. Tessie Switch. You mention the Johnny Beane show or any of these shows, and you will get 15% off on a Tessie Switch. Go to Tessie Switch's website. Now, fu-tone.com, all I know is Adam Reaver, owner of fu-tone.com, will hook you up. If you say we sent you, oh my God. Adam will break out the red carpet to take care of you. They got everything. They have titanium parts, you name it. They have whole guitars set up if you want a whole hot rodded guitar ready to go out of the box. fu-tone.com. They got it for you. And of course, my favorite pick right here, boys and girls. Look at that. Swiss Picks. Check these little guys out. SwissPicks.com. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. The green cheddar. Look at them. I like the neon green ones. I like the glow in the dark ones with raised holes to get your grip on. These things play great. I use them exclusively. I love Swiss Picks. Swiss Picks are so good. Try one. Go to SwissPicks.com. Get a pack of Swiss Picks.
They
Try
smell
it.
great.
Yeah, if you don't like it, shove them up your ass, because I did, and I like them. Not necessarily up my ass, but I've had one up my ass. And while I don't recommend putting them up your ass, play
not
with them.
necessarily, but occasionally.
I don't necessarily like them up my ass, but I've had one up my ass. I gave it away
occasionally like
on
them
the
up my
show.
ass.
On the show, but I'll tell you, everyone I've given these to loves them. Go to SwissPicks.com. Check out Swiss Picks. Try one out. Try the raised holes for the grip, and you will love these. You will love these. There's a reason. There's a reason people use these. Get the blue cheese one that Jason Becker loves. That's the one. SwissPicks.com. Thank you, Swiss Picks. Who's playing a guitar? I hear guitar. Oh, it's my future fiance, Neanderthal. Very nice.
Yep, just sitting here playing with myself. Wait, what?
Ah, that's right. So, shall we get to today's show and tell guitar? What do you think?
No.
Yeah. No.
No?
Let's keep
No?
the show going for another 7 hours.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, you know I'll do it.
Oh,
You know I'll
Yes.
do it.
But Johnny has video games to play.
Yes, Johnny has Twitch to get to.
Robot Master Switch is actually already logged in and playing. I saw
And
the
yes,
alert
Kevin
when
Smith.
that-
Yes,
when that-
Kevin Smith. Happy 2022. Let's hope this is a great year.
Yes.
Keith Campbell, that'd be very funny if Paul was my stepdad.
Well, I'm working on it. I did
Yeah.
meet your mom. You made the introduction today.
I'll tell you, mom's smitten with you. She's a smitten kitten.
She should be. She should be. I'm a catch.
I wouldn't mind pulling Neanderthal's hair like that. That'd be kind of nice as he rough rode me dry.
There's an argument to be made that you're just dying to call me daddy.
Oh, you better believe it. Can you imagine what a great time that would be?
Oh,
At least it's one of my friends. At least it's
You
one of
know-
my friends.
What are you doing? I'm out drinking with my stepfather.
my stepfather and I are at the strip club. It's great. So, how was your day today, Neander? That's what you'd call him, Neander.
Neander.
Yeah, Jeff T is first Zim's girlfriend, now Mancuda's mom. Paulie's penis is on a world tour right now.
Dude, I lay
He's got little stickers on it like Bugs Bunny's suitcase.
pipe like
Albuquerque.
I lay pipe like Mario.
I'd love to see his Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Anyway, let's take a look at today's show and tell guitar of the week, brought to you by all those people that I just said. My clue for today's show and tell guitar was it is an F-bomb. And ladies and gentlemen, Johnny, if you could get rid of this thing.
I got them banging Miss Mancuda blues. That's right. She's sitting on my hog. She's draining it dry. She loves that it's thick like a log. I'm her favorite guy. Oh, yeah. She's riding me like that car, you know. She loves a woodpecker, but she loves my pecker more. Do 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 ba do do.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's show and tell guitar. Johnny, if you please.
He's gonna jam right before watch. It'll freeze up. There you go.
Motherfucker,
Perfect.
Look at that.
And of
Let
course,
me get back to
frozen
this,
up.
Let me move. Let me move a couple of things out of the way before we grab a thumbnail. All right, hold on.
we don't have to worry about grabbing a front thumbnail. You're just gonna freeze.
What color is that? It's so dark in there. What color is that? Got it.
It's bright pink. It's bright pink. Okay. Today's show and tell guitar is one of the BC Rich Gunslinger prototypes. This was back in 87 when Dan Lawrence and Glenn Matasiel left Jackson to go to BC Rich. This was one of the prototypes for what became the Gunslinger. They were trying to figure out what would be an interesting shape. They came up with a sharp Strat body, but they wanted unique things, you know, like the slanted pickups there. They were trying to debate, did they want it with a single coil and a humbucker or just the humbucker? And one of the prototypes had an F-hole. And there it is.
And the F stands for Floyd.
So this is mostly a solid body guitar, except for this section here, which has this really resonant F hole in it. That's not a graphic. That's a real F hole in the body cut in. And of course, look at that top.
How is that
Look
at
at that
high
top.
volume? Does it howl at all?
Huh?
So how is that at high volume? Does it howl at all because of the cavity?
It actually sounds really good. It really gives a nice sound, both acoustic and regular. Look at that top. Quilted maple top. Not quilted. Well, I guess that would be quilted.
Nah, it's flamed.
Is that a flame? It's a really thick. Yeah, I guess it's a thick flame.
Yeah.
2-piece top, but look at that thing. And you see it's like a chocolate brown kind of flame. It's duty, John. It's duty. Yeah. Look at that. And then you got this neck. The neck is ebony, which very rare on a gunslinger. But again, they were in prototype mode. They were trying different things. So they gave this one ebony with spearhead inlays. Very cool. And that now classic BC Rich reverse gunslinger headstock with chrome tuners, chrome grovers. Look on the back, just and again, here's another thing. This was when they were playing with the cutaway idea. The gunslingers have a sharp cutaway. This one isn't a sharp cutaway. This is when they were thinking of doing like almost like a curved cutaway.
So how much for that guitar tonight?
Oh, it's not for sale, and I don't.
Because I mean, we could call you tonight, right? If we do that, I mean, how much does our audience get for a discount on that?
If the audience is really thinking about buying this guitar, I'd rather them call me tomorrow.
In 20 minutes, it will be tomorrow for you.
Yeah,
Johnny, what sort of survey is that stupid thing you just posted? Of course the fucking thing is brown. I just said it's brown. It's chocolate brown. Where is there any debate that guitar is brown? What color does that
look? It's so dark
like?
in there. Your entire screen is brown.
Well, no, because you know what it is? It's like to get the light on my face without like totally washing me out, I had to like shut lights off all around me. It's like back in LA, I have like my lights set up. Here, it's just like playing with the kitchen lights and moving track lights around and just to like get me visually like there.
You know what?
Yeah, no,
John,
you can see close. That's the real color of it. It's chocolate brown.
John, you know how I do it? I go over to the wall and I flip the light switch, and then a light goes on, and then I do the show.
Yeah, it's different over here. This is Mama Kuda's house. It's different. Yeah, it's absolutely brown. But I was starting to say the cutaway on normal gunslingers is a very sharp, angled cutaway. This is a smooth hand carved curve that this particular prototype had. And again, there were about 8 or 9 gunslinger prototypes. I personally own 3 of them. And this is one of those. So this, and you have a selector switch here between the neck pickup and the bridge. You have a chrome. This particular one, let's see, is it? I'm trying to see who the Floyd was licensed by.
John B.L.
I can't even read that. No, it wasn't John B.L. I think it was a
Let's turn the light on.
yeah, let's if only I could see. If only I could see the fucking thing. If only I could see the fucking thing. Let's see.
It's funny because I've actually turned off 3 of the 4 lights that are on my ceiling fan. Like I could brighten this room up significantly more. But what's the point? You can see me. You know, if I pull up a guitar, you can see what color the guitar is. You know?
Well, it's not you can't see what color the guitar is. I mean, once you put it there, you can absolutely see the color of the guitar. It's the surrounding. I want to say it's a Takuchi. I believe it's a Takuchi, I believe.
Takeuchi.
Coochie.
Coochie.
The reason why,
He's
the
a
only reason why I
hoochie.
know that
It's a
I have a
hoochie coochie.
The only reason why I know that is because I have a friend named Craig Takeuchi who signs all of his emails. Craig, I hate the Vietnamese Takeuchi. I don't know why he does that, but he does. It's because he's Japanese.
And Sean Zimmerman, no, the Goto trem was a little more curvy over here. The Gotos were a little more curvy on the saddle area.
Dan of New Jersey, I'm not sure. We should ask him. John, is that guitar brown?
Let me check. Yes. Yes, it is.
We'll never know because your screen froze.
Yes, it is. Motherfucker. Yes.
Now you sound like Symmetry.
That guitar. Motherfucker. Fucker. You know why it has that hole in there? That's where the woodpecker nests. He pecked a hole right into that guitar. There you go. Yeah, so there you go. This is it's got a rail pickup at the neck. This is some sort of prototype pickup at the bottom. It looks like an early Screamin' Demon, I want to say. I think it's an early Screamin' Demon, if I remember.
It has the hexes on the top bobbin.
Yeah, but they're black hexes. Like you look. I believe that's an early Screamin' Demon.
That looks like one, yeah.
Yeah. But it's an early one. Yeah, and it's, again, hand carved, back when they were trying to figure it out. But it really, it's a nice playing guitar, typical BC Rich, flat D-shaped neck, but it's ebony, which, most of the gunslingers were maple, maple board. A couple were rosewood if you custom ordered it, but to get it in ebony, I have the prototype and I have one employee made guitar that's ebony. Very, 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 very rare to see an ebony board. But again, during the prototype period, they were trying all sorts of different things. And that's very cool because I love stuff like that. Plays real nice. I have an offer of Taylor 315 for $325 on it. So I may consider that. But you know what? Call me tomorrow and let me think about that. Let me think about that tomorrow. Not tonight. Definitely not selling it tonight. Definitely not selling it tonight. No, just saying.
Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not selling it tonight. Yeah, definitely not.
So that's originally they called it the Creamin' Demon.
Later.
Night, Neanderthal, the great Neanderthal, everybody.
Miss you.
Love you. My mom's thinking of you. Yeah. And no, Dan in New Jersey, I do not ship. Thank you for asking, though. Let's see. Randy Price, thank you for the nice words. First time I ever saw Mancuda was on the TV show Lost 15 years ago. I told him, it would have been about 10 years ago, actually. Then I told my then girlfriend that I bet he was a fucking idiot. Now here we are all these years later, and I was right, but he's an idiot I'd hang with. Thank you, brother. Same thing that they say at the at my family reunions and weddings and bar mitzvahs and stuff. Well, Mancuda, John's an idiot, but he's a Mancuda, so we'll hang with him.
Yeah,
just tonight. Just tonight. Yeah, there you go.
I slept on the floor.
Rena, you slept on my fucking futon. Next time you'll sleep it on my floor, though. My mother asked me the other day, she's like, why did Johnny say he slept on your floor? I thought he slept in your upstairs guest room. I said, yeah. She's like, well, you have a nice futon up there. I said, yeah, that's the one. And she's like, why didn't you put him in the downstairs guest room? That has a bigger bed. I said, well, it was probably, covered over with guitars. And she's like, oh.
Yes.
Yeah, but you were not on the floor. You weren't on the floor.
Well, I was on the futon, which was on the floor.
It's a low-level futon, but it's an expensive futon. It's a nice one. That was really comfortable. My friend Carlos, who house sits for me, and shout out to Carlos right now because he's doing it while I'm here in New York.
Carlos.
Carlos chooses that bedroom. Carlos chooses that room for house sitting. That's his bedroom of choice because he's upstairs next to the arcade games.
Mm-hmm.
So he chooses that bed. He likes that better than the other bed. And no one sleeps in my room. But shout out to my buddy Carlos. Thank you again for house sitting my trip to New York. Appreciate that. And yes,
Thank you,
Billy, we will get together while I'm out here. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. But there you go. And that, boys and girls, is today's show and tell guitar of the week. 1987 BC Rich Gunslinger F-hole prototype. Never made in production, but damn, that is cool. Right? There you go. And serial number, it's a regular 4-digit B series plate that they were using at the time when they started making the bolt-on guitars. Someone asked, James Bridges asked for the prototype serial number. Remember, the BC Rich bolt-on serial number plates were not done in numerical order like the Jacksons and Charvels were. Jackson's and Charvel's serial number plates were done in numerical order. BC Rich printed them all at once, threw them in a big bin, and when they made bolt-ons, they just grab a number plate out of the bin. So that's how they work. So you can't go by the exact serial number order on BC Rich Gunslingers or any bolt-ons from them because they were made over a 3-year period with essentially the same serial number plates. So Leo Sofko wants to know, did I see the new Rush pinball machines from Stern? For those of you that know pinball machines, Paul and I both know, say, the Kiss pinball machine or the Guns N' Roses pinball machine. Rush recently is starting to come out with a series of pinball machines. I think the first one is the Owl from Fly By Night, which is very, very cool. And I like pinball machines. I don't own any, but I do like them. And I like the rock and metal ones. And so I have seen them. They're very, very cool. You could Google that, Johnny, and get an image up of the Rush pinball machine, or the first one in the series they're producing.
I have a feeling we looked at them before.
I don't think we did.
Oh, this is a brand new thing then.
Yeah, that's brand new, totally. And Glenn Danzig eats come. That's sad because I'm friends with Glenn. John, do you have any Rock Band pinball machines? No, I have full size arcade games, but they're all video games.
Here it is.
Right now, Glenn's watching this show saying, "Why did you say that even?" There you go. So these are the new Rush pinball machines. If you could zoom in on those. See, the first one to the left, I think, is the first one coming out. That's the Fly By Night with the owl. They're badass. I mean, I love the graphics on these things. Very cool. And then scooch over a little bit. There you go. Do they have a 2112 graphic? Is that one of them? What are the 3 models, Johnny? I didn't look at any others besides the Fly By Night. But look how cool those graphics are.
Oh, gross.
What?
Those toes.
Oh, I thought you meant the Glenn Danzig comment. Apologies to Glenn. I didn't write it, man.
Glenn, if you're watching this, come on.
Yeah. Glenn doesn't want to come on. Glenn's smarter than that.
2112.
One is 2112, which makes sense because that's a great one.
In the chat, what are those? Everybody knows I don't like Rush, and so I would have no idea.
One is 2112, one is Fly By Night, and what's the other one? Let's see.
I don't know.
For custom speech. Just looking. Custom sculpted Clockwork Angels clock. Okay, so here it is. Red Barchetta, Subdivisions, and Fly By Night. Those are the three models that they got. Limited to 1,000 machines globally of the LE version, which is a limited edition that has extra features on it. I mean, they're cool. You know, if you have the space for that stuff, it's always cool to have like something like that. You know, I mean, that's really cool stuff. 11,000 a piece. Hey, if you got the money and you got the space, I love stuff like that. You know, I was just playing an old Kiss pinball machine recently. I like that. Let's see. Other questions in the chat I got, just scooping down to that. Randy Price wants to know, what do I think of the new USA-made BC Rich gunslingers, the $3,000 ones? They're not. I talked about this on the air before when I went into a store and played them with my buddy Mike Smith. Shout out. In the Hollywood Guitar Center when we played a couple of those. They're pretty well made. They feel pretty good. They don't feel as good as the old ones. And for that same money, I personally prefer the old ones. But the old ones are, you know, like I said, not as readily available. I think they could have done, you know, flashier colors. I know they're working on graphics. So that's, you know, that's coming up. Graphics are coming up on those. They're nice, but, you know, again, $3,000, you know, it's, you know, it's part of the, you know, prices are just escalating everywhere on guitars thing, you know, for the new ones. You know, that's a chunk of change. But I will say they seem to be made well. They feel nice. I just think, again, because I'm biased, the old ones play a little nicer. But they're a good guitar. They're a good, solid guitar. I recommend highly go to a guitar store and try one out. Go to Zim's Guitars in Arizona, or assuming Dane has one over there, or go to you know, your local guitar show. Someone might have one there, or a local guitar shop. Check them out, play it. I'd like to hear your feedback. Leave it as a comment in the video. I'm curious what you guys think of it. That was my impression, you know. And again, they're made a little differently. You know, the neck scarf, the headstock scarf joint is different. There's a volute there. The neck feels a little different. The cutaway feels a little different, but they're still good playing guitars. So there's my opinion on the new gunslingers. And yeah, Randy Price, totally different from the Shredzilla. I'm not a Shredzilla kind of guy. I'm an old school gunslinger guy. So let's see. Looking in the chat. Let's see.
Good night, Bozique.
Good night, Bozique. Thank you, brother. Jesus Rapes Me wants to know, do I have any Bernie Rico Vixens? For those that don't know, Bernie Rico Jr., the son of Bernie Rico Sr., who owned BC Rich back in the day, had a custom guitar shop, and he made his own, very similar to BC Rich guitars with different shapes, one of them being the Vixen. The Vixen was a V with a lot of cutaways, and very, very cool guitar. I don't own one. I've owned some Bernie Ricos. I never got attached to them. They play nice. They're well made. I never personally got attached to them. Just, again, because that 80s nostalgia isn't there as much as the original 70s and 80s BC Riches that I love so much. But the Bernie Ricos are very, very cool. I had a Hyde that Jack Frost used to own, a purple Hyde, Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde. And I sold that to a friend. Really well-made guitar. And again, handmade like the old BC Rich, very, very cool. But I never bought a Vixen. I came really close to buying one from Lita Ford, but I decided against it. I don't know. I just didn't like that particular one. And I almost bought a Gator Burst one, like a green and yellow burst one years ago, but just the timing was off. But they're great guitars. I highly recommend them. Just the way I highly recommend, Neil Moser handmade guitars, just really good quality guitars that, kind of birthed as offshoots from the original BC Rich Company. So there is that. Let's see. Looking in the chat. Hey, Zach Thong. Kai Matthews, do I have any Rhodes Flying Vs? Yeah, I mean, I have a ton of Rhodes guitars. I've had a bunch on the show, and I'll have a bunch more, but I have probably about, I'm going to estimate maybe 50, maybe about somewhere between 15 and 20 Rhodes guitars. I love the old school Jackson Rhodes. I really do. The shape. I'm a sit down player. And that particular V just fits real well in my lap, and they play really, really well. Solid built guitars. I love Jacksons. But the Rhodes is probably my favorite Jackson of all, other than, I have some single hum soloists I really like, but the Rhodes, was just such a solid, well-built guitar. I love the look of it. It's such an 80s guitar. And, yeah, so I have plenty of them. I mean, check the old, episode guide and look at some of the ones I brought onto the show so far, and I'll bring some more. Let's see what else we got in the chat. Who would I rather sleep with, Lita Ford or Betty White? Lita Ford, because she's still alive. But before her death, Betty White all the way. Betty's my girl. Let's see. Yeah, Keith Campbell, the same thing. Lita because she's alive. But hey, listen, let's live out our 2022 as if Betty White were instructing us. Let's think positive. Let's be nice to each other. Let's be kind to animals. Let's have a great 2022. Okay? We've had such shit years lately. I want to have great years going forward, starting with 2022. Thank you, Sherman Callahan.
Sherman Callahan.
With that goddamn avocado-looking pear.
Keep it up.
Oh, it's a commercial for Viagra. I'm sorry. That's a Viagra pill dancing. I'm sorry. And Lawrence Christensen, am I a big Randy Rhoads fan? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Randy, here's the thing about Randy Rhoads. Randy wasn't just a great musician. He was a great person. Randy was that person that loved playing, loved learning, and loved sharing his guitar secrets. He loved teaching people how he would do these great noises, how he would do these great techniques, how he would come up with what he wrote. And of course, look, those first two Ozzy solo albums were incredible. Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz. I mean, some incredible stuff. Flying High Again is one of my favorite songs of all time. Crazy Train, of course, that's just an infectious riff. There was someone that was taken away from us way too early. Randy's a legend, and he's probably jamming with Eddie Van Halen up in heaven right now as Jimi Hendrix looks on and said, man, I started something cool, huh? So yeah, I love Randy, and God bless Doris and the whole Rhoads family for sharing, his legacy with us. I mean, what do you even say about Randy Rhoads? I mean, Randy literally just is inspirational. Just his whole attitude in the music business, how he was toward fans and how he was toward loving, learning, and teaching the instrument. And, I've said this before on the show, the big thing about Randy is that, I don't think he would have stayed with Ozzy much longer. He wanted to get into classical music. And that was where his passion took him. So I think if Randy was still alive today, I don't think he would have stayed with Ozzy. I think he would have gone in a different musical direction. you know. And Keith Campbell brings up a great point, and I love this. If you're a fan of Betty White, and who isn't? She was America's sweetheart. We all loved her. The best thing you could do is one of two things: adopt a pet, rescue a pet in Betty's name, or make a donation to a no-kill animal shelter or charity. Betty White was a huge animal lover, and I'm a huge animal lover. And I love
I am
love
as
animal
well.
charities. Johnny as well. All of us, Paul, all of us on this channel are massive animal people. Adopt, don't shop. Rescue a pet in Betty's name this year. Or if that's not in your wheelhouse, just give a couple of bucks to an animal shelter, a no-kill animal shelter, and do that in Betty White's name. Let's do it for Betty. Let's do it for our beloved Betty White. You know, you guys know how much I love Betty White. So Can't Try 55 says, John, do you have any lawsuit guitars in your collection? I'm trying to remember. No, really.
When's you were sued over?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mancuda, give me my guitar back or I'll sue your ass. Stop playing my guitar or I'll sue your ass. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if I do or don't. I want to say I have something, but I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. Like, I don't have a lawsuit Les Paul. I know that. I mean, I have a ton of Nagels that, you know, shouldn't have been made after, you know, the estate of Patrick Nagel said don't make them. You know, but that's it. And Renus asked, do I have any stolen guitars? Not for all the money in the world. There's a special place in hell for guitar thieves. So let's just put that out there. Do I have any Slash Les Pauls? No. But I love Slash. I love his playing. And I have a lot of BC Rich Bitches, which Slash also collects and loves. And Colleen Gray, there's my girl, bringing a new pup home this weekend. A new rescue. Well done, Colleen. Well done. I want to see more of that in the chat from all you guys and girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about rescue animals. They know you save them. They're the most grateful things in the world when you go into a shelter and you take an animal that knows he's just in a sad place. That's the best thing in the world you could do. That's God's work. That's the best thing you could do. So always rescue a dog, rescue a kitten, you know, whatever your thing is. I'm a dog person personally, but dogs or cats, either one, you rescue them, you've saved their life, and they return the favor 10 times over with unconditional love. Well done,
Yeah.
G. Bushnoff. Well done. Well
Or
done to
all
all
the
you
animals
in the
you can
chat.
find.
Well done to all you in the chat that have rescues. Well done. George, adopt a kid? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Would be the stupidest fucking move. Get fur babies. Rescue
Get
dogs,
Furbies.
rescue cats. Yeah. James Bridges just put, hey, great show, guys. And then he retracted the message. Was he drunk when he said that? Or?
Great shot.
Hey,
tonight,
great
guys.
show, guy.
That's what he said.
Nah.
Thank you, James Bridges. We know what you're saying.
Thank you. Great shot tonight.
There we go. There.
That's what I left on her face. Great shot tonight. Oh, great show. Thank you, man. Thank you, everybody. And look, if you haven't left a thumbs up on the video, take a second, leave a thumbs up. Leave comments in the video because we read them, we reply to them. And more than that, we appreciate them. We appreciate you as our audience. And look, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm going to say this until I don't have to say this. Get fucking vaccinated and wear a mask. I'm so sick of all these things. David Lee Roth's fucking shows were all just canceled because of this goddamn pandemic. Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's get through this goddamn pandemic already. I just want to get back to live music in real life. It's safe. It's effective. It's not political. Just do the right thing for your health, for your family, for others. That's it. I'm vaccinated. I'm boosted. No matter what political party you're in or thinking it's political, everyone in politics on both sides of the aisle is vaxxed and boosted, regardless of the rhetoric. So do the right thing. Get vaxxed, get boosted. That's it. And yes, Lindy Lynch, I'm glad you're still with us. Beautiful.
Get Colonel's popcorn.
Get delicious Colonel's Gourmet popcorn and get some for Dane Zimmerman. Let's overwhelm Dane with some Colonels. I know Lenny Lou and Mary are getting Dane some popcorn. Alice Martinez, she wants to get Dane some popcorn. Christopher Live Sawa is treating 5 animals. Good for you, brother. And this is ironic. Keith Campbell got his boosters for David Lee Roth so he could fly, and David Lee Roth shows were canceled because this damn pandemic. So, yeah, look, it's like I said, it's close to home to me. I know people that have lost their lives from this damn pandemic, but you know what? I just want to get back to normal. I just want to get back to normal life. I'm tired of the masks. I'm tired of it. You know what? But we got to do it until we get through this. And we will get through this if we all just, get together and get on the same page and say, you know what? Let's just do what is right for medical reasons. Let's just get through this and stop this damn shit spreading. Yada, yada, yada. George brings up Glenn Danzig's response to never ever getting married. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, I'm not married either, man. I love a good relationship, though. I really do. Yeah, and Sean Zimmerman, like I said, I'm not gonna really get into the statistics of it. But it's a personal decision. It is a personal decision, of what you put in your body. But I personally, I think it's a safe decision. I think it's a rational decision. That's like I said, a personal choice. I'm just recommending it. Like, look, no matter what side of the aisle on, your politicians, your leaders have recommended it. So do it. Just do it. Or don't, and just stay away from me for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or
better yet,
yes, G. Bushnoff, definitely no politics.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Better yet,
I agree.
Stay home, stay away from people, and binge watch these shows.
Yeah,
binge watch this playlist.
Yeah, and no. Kai Matthews, do I think Dave has the virus? I don't know someone's health reasons, but I just know that, like I said, flights are getting canceled because the crews are getting sick, and it's just madness in the world right now, and that's all. That's just it's exhausting. But look, let's just be kind to each other, try to do the right thing, stay healthy, stay safe no matter what. Even if you don't want to get vaxxed, wear a mask. Just take care of yourself, because again, I care about you guys and girls on every level. Without you, there's no us. Okay? So just be safe out there. I believe in everyone's right to choose their body. I do. I'm just saying, at minimum, wear a mask and be safe for yourself and for those around you. That's all. Do I think David Lee Roth is using it as a cover story to cancel? I don't know. The thing about Roth lately is there's so much speculation. Is this really his farewell tour? I don't know. I mean, we've talked about it. He says, yeah, I think there's some underlying, my personal feeling, I think there's some underlying health thing that he's going through, and I hope I'm wrong. But I'm just saying it's possible that he's just being discreet about it, like a lot of other people that have been sick and don't want to reveal they have some disease that is life-threatening or something that's affecting their way of being able to go out and perform in shows. I don't know if he has a serious thing. I hope he doesn't. I suspect he might, though. I think that might be the sudden announcement of his farewell tour. And I hope I'm wrong, but I understand why he canceled those shows. And that's specifically pandemic related. Just the same reason why are 2,400 flights suddenly canceled. I have so many friends right now that are stranded in places they went for Christmas and New Year's, and they can't get home yet, or their flights are a week from now, or trying to get hotels. I mean, it's a mess out there. But that's what I think is going on with Lee Roth. I don't think it was a publicity stunt. I think something's going on with him. But that's just where it is. I think, yeah, Jeff T, maybe he's worried about, catching the virus because he's got a compromised immune system from another health thing. Again, we're all spinning our wheels speculating. I hope he's okay. I love Diamond Dave. He's the man, greatest frontman ever lived, in my opinion. Your mileage may vary, of course, but look, I mean, you can't deny he's an incredible entertainer. Really, really an incredible entertainer. And I hope he's okay. And I hope if he does do a farewell tour, I hope he makes up those shows, because I know a lot of people that spent a lot of money and want to see him. Let him go out on top. Let him go out the right way on his terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're gonna have to do something about that.
I hope so, and I hope he's in good
really
enough health
bad.
to do it. I hope he's in good enough health to do it. And yeah, Christopher Live Sawa, as far as masks go, get an N95 or a KN95. Those are the ones that work. Not as much the cloth masks that help a little bit, and it's great, better than nothing. But get an N95 or a KN95. It's worth the money. I wear KN95s myself, and I make sure Mama Kuda does too. Yeah, and Symmetry, don't go on cruise ships, no matter what. They're just, unless you're seeing Nerd Halen. Because
I wouldn't go to that, man.
Well,
I'm too scared.
That's the only one that I would go on is that cruise ship, that particular cruise. I recommend going on, but otherwise, yeah, they're petri dishes of diseases. Yeah. But the Nerd Halen cruise,
if it's worth getting it, go to that.
Yeah. That's it. And Kai Matthews, thank you for asking about Mama Kuda. Look, she's dealing with health issues I won't get into, but thank you for asking. And thank you, everyone that has sent, questions about her and love to her. She loves the audience. She loves you guys and girls so freaking much. Those that sent her stuff for her birthday and Christmas, feel well wishes, and we talk about her, and she watches the show, and she loves the audience. She truly loves you guys, just like I do, just like Paul does, just like Johnny does, just like everyone on this channel does. We appreciate you, our audience, and that's why we want you all to take care of yourselves. And and we say thank you at the end of every show, because again, we could do these shows to no audience, and nobody hears us, and we're nothing. With you guys, we come on here for you. This is a labor of love for us, And Mama Kuda loves us too.
This is years in the making.
Absolutely. Started with the Howie Dalmatian, and with Howie the Dalmatian, and evolved into Mama Kuda, Ned the Cat, Blue Rhino. This is the face of the new generation of the Johnny Beane Show right there. Like you guys so much. Thank you, Blue Rhino.
You got Blue Rhino, and you got Blue Symmetry.
Blue Symmetry, as seen on our New Year's Eve show. If you haven't watched our 5 hour, I knew it was long. I didn't know it was that long. If you haven't watched this year's Johnny Beane 5 hour New Year's Eve New Year's Eve special, Jesus, it's the end of the night.
What was it?
Yeah, well, it was dizzying. You guys need to go back and watch that 5 hour New Year's Eve show. Johnny, myself, Neanderthal, Jay Hannon, Michael the Captain Smith, Symmetry. Everyone that was on that, it was a great show. And Symmetry, she loved you too, man. You were funny as hell. So don't apologize for having fun. Don't ever apologize for that. As long as you're home, you could drink all you want, man. As long as you're not driving, I'm all on board with you. I'm with Paul. Paul said the same thing, man. We were in your corner on New Year's Eve. And the audience, if you haven't watched that New Year's Eve show, Check it out. Just like the Halloween shows we do, New Year's Eve is something special. When we do a 5-hour show, that's something worth watching. Check it out. It was funny as fuck. Really was.
There's the link in the chat. Hopefully.
There you go. Right there. There's the link. Johnny's posting it to you all. Yeah, much love to you, Symmetry. You were great.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Symmetry is
Christopher.
awesome.
Thank you, Christopher Live Sour. You rock too. Our whole audience rocks. That's why we do these shows, because we give a shit to entertain you. Look, we live in dark fucking times right now. It's a shit show out there. We know that. So you know what? We come on the air because we want to entertain you. We want to have fun with you. We want to give you guys some escapism from all the crap. No matter what news network you watch, it all sucks. You come on here, you laugh, you talk about music and sex and my mom and whatever it is. It's an escape. It's fun. You get to laugh. And what's better than that? Right, Johnny?
Nothing.
Nothing. God damn it, nothing. So leave a thumbs up on the video, subscribe, tell your friends about us. Don't sue us.
Don't sue me.
Again, Johnny dodges everything, leaves it for me and Paul. Just, yeah, sue Mancuda and Neanderthal. Sue them. Don't sue Johnny. There you go. But look, we just want to always say thank you because we really do appreciate you guys. We love you guys. Keith Campbell says, hey, same shit show next year. Absolutely. Right, Johnny? What else we got? Let's thank our channel members, our beloved channel members. Thank you, Kai Matthews. And leave Glenn Danzig alone. He's a friend of mine. He's a good guy.
That might be him.
No, it's not Glenn. I know it's Glenn. I know it's not Glenn.
Glenn, is that you?
And Colleen, you're awesome. Let's
is that really Colleen?
That is really Colleen Gray. Yes, the great and beautiful Colleen Gray. Let's give thanks to James S5150, James Gum, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Smallmouth Guy. I hope he has a smallmouth girl sister for me. David Ennis, Vinyl Freaks 5150, Majestic PB and J Cat, Mike Neese, Dan Helen, James G, Music Therapy Laz, Andy Carson, Rick Green, The Chad, Christopher Live Sawa, All Dave All Night, Murph Murphy, Steve Barton, Fernando Riley, Laguna Palms, Robot Master Switch, R2R3 Locking Nut, 6Chick71, John Moronic, Hillary Lewis, Jeff T, 5150 TV, Kurt 5150, the 5150 Show, and Beebs TV. You sensing a theme there, Johnny? Right? 5150. Where's that number from? I know somewhere. Can't think of it right now.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Dreamer's Life are Habs, Stephen Franklin, Carol Hatcher, Sean Shreds. He sure does. Margaret Scranton, Michael the Captain Smith. Johnny, you got to put the captain in there. Jesus Rapes Me, Nicole Mrazek, Brian Spalding, Joe Christian, False Flag, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Mr. BHB Jr., that's Bruce, Thomas Santiago, Linny Lou, and my little sex kitten Mary. You got to put that in there as well. Bo Zeke, and you got to switch the position of this one, Johnny. Steve Carmichael. Those are the channel members.
And Warlag.
And Warlag.
I got to add Warlag to that. I got to figure out what program I used when I made this.
Yeah, Johnny will fix that. Johnny made, I think, like $3,000 tonight in super chats. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate that. And thank you, David Scher. And like I said, leave comments on the video, leave thumbs up on the video. We just appreciate the hell out of you guys. We really do. We love you so much. I mean, I revel in entertaining you guys. I really do. You know, because you guys are just the best audience in the fucking world. I make no secret of that every week, how much we really appreciate all of you. We really do.
Yeah.
So, guys, have a good 2022. Let's make this a great year compared to the shit shows we just came out of. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know where the fuck it is, but let's head toward it.
It's filled with guitars.
It's filled with guitars and jizz. Let's share the love. Love comes in spurts, and so do I. There you go.
All right. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Twitch if you want to do some GTA. Symmetry. Are you with me? Symmetry. Robot Master Switch and I will be live on Twitch doing some Grand Theft Auto. Join us in the Discord. You can talk to us. And Jay and I.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
Jay and I will see you guys Friday talking Van Halen. We don't have a guest this week. We do have a couple guests coming up. So look for those. Lots
and
of
you
fun.
guys could follow me on Facebook and Instagram under Jonathan Mancuda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Follow him.
Yeah, why not? Have a little fun. I post some silly shit. And either way, I will see you here next week on Talking Guitars and 80s Metal live. Right, Johnny?
Yep.
Huh? What? Oh, the show is over.
All right. Rock on.
Rock on, everybody.
Johnny Beane TV. Bye-bye.
Oh, no.
Subscribe. Subscribe. Amazon Prime for free on Twitch. It's awesome. It really is. You guys are missing out if you're not over there. All right. Bye-bye.